Ask you to start your video.
Share your screen, maybe.
Ask you to start your video.
Share your screen, maybe.
Ask you to start. Yeah. Share the screen. History.
Doing industrial revolution summit. That's why you'd have other voices outside the current voice on the platform. Thank you. It's day 2 of the summit this morning. Thank you so very much for making it on time. We humbly want to apologize that we are starting a bit out of the initial time, but just to recap, yesterday we had an honor of being addressed by the Minister of Communication, the Premier as well, and there was a dinner later on the day. We also had the Commissioner from Ghana addressing us last night. So today it will be more on commissions. I hope and I believe that our energy is ready to engage the content this morning. The second Free State Industrial Revolution Summit, which talks to accelerating economic growth and development of the Free State through innovative 4IR technology. This is not just a talk shop. A lot of people may want to say, well, government do host the summits. What do they produce? In 2019, there was a provincial summit, which we are proud to update and report that Today in 2022, the 2019 Free State Provincial Summit was able to produce the Free State Artificial Intelligence University. This was together with the CUT and Microsoft South Africa. We can also talk about the Botshabelo Digital Hub, which was also in partnership with CEDA, the Small Enterprise Development Agency. We can talk of the introduction of the 4IR training that specifically focused on the lower level government workers. This talks to the cleaners, the security personnel, and this is also been in partnership with CUT as well as NEMISA. And the other program that was as a result of the 2019 summit, it's the data-driven state-of-the-art COVID-19 war room with University of Free State and Vodacom. We are hoping that when we come back in 2023, we should be able to say the 2022 4IR Summit has produced the following programs, and that of course will be presented in 2023. And for today, it's a Friday, technically, traditionally, culturally, a short day, psychologically and mentally and otherwise. We are here. I'm glad that Dr. Naidoo is joining us virtually. Tate Stolle is also here with us. He's going to be talking to us from the Presidential 4IR Commission. We also have presentations from blockchain smart contract. We've got Ntate Mokwalusi, who's going to be talking to us, as well as Dr. Munyani. We've got the presentation from Smart Water Bottling Plant that will be delivered by Dr. Kuriakose. Did I do justice? Thank you very much. We also have the presentation from Prof. Lewis, Solar Car Project. Then we are going to break into commissions. The first commission would be here, and the second commission would be at the Prosperitas Auditorium. So, if you would be interested in the education, training, and employability, this would be the venue. If you are interested in engaging on the commission that will be looking into the healthcare, will be right here at this plenary venue. And these are the two commissions that will kickstart our day. We will later on have another commission with just two venues. It's this venue and the other venue. Please don't get lost. Our officials are also here to help us with directions when we move from one venue to the other. Ladies and gentlemen, if we may, without wasting any of time, if we may all rise and just observe a moment of silence, and we officially kickstart our program. Thank you. Our first speaker this morning, the Fourth Industrial Revolution Summit, will be Dr. Naidoo from GenderMark. He'll be joining us virtually. Dr. Naidoo.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to do a sound check and a video check to see that everyone can hear me. If somebody can give me a thumbs up and some feedback, please. Okay, I assume that everybody can hear me and see me. So firstly, thank you for the opportunity. I only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to try and kick straight into it. So GenderMark Automation is a business that designs and builds production lines. We've been doing this for around 30 years now, and we have a business in South Africa, a business in India, as well as a team of 650 people. Our turnover is around 55 million euros. And very recently, we've actually started a digital services business that's focusing on the fourth industrial revolution, but in particular, the fourth industrial revolution for Africa. And that's what I want to focus on in the next couple of slides. This is a brief history of GenderMark. And as you can see, we started in 1989, and we've actually designed and built machines for different countries. We have an office in Germany. We have a factory in India. The one picture I do want to show you is something that we're very proud of. Here's a machine designed and built in South Africa by our team here that's actually exported to VW in Germany. And what's really significant about this machine is that it's what we call an autonomous production line. So there's actually no people on the production line. So it's one of the state-of-the-art production lines that's running in Germany, but built in South Africa by our team, and something we're very proud of. Some of the other things that we've been able to achieve in the last couple of years is a 90% export. So 90% of the equipment that's built in our factory in South Africa is actually exported all around the world. And what we've learned over the last couple of years is that our experiences from different countries, from India to South Africa to China, USA, Germany, really brings us back home to Africa. And we have to ask the question, what have we learned over our experiences over the last 30 years, and how do we apply these technologies to really answer some of the African challenges that we have? And I don't need to talk about the challenges in this forum. I think people are well aware of it. So what I try to explain to people is the differences in situation between Africa and Europe. And the way I do that is I use this population pyramid. So this is a population pyramid of Western Europe that shows that the populations are getting smaller and smaller. So this is the younger people, so from 0 to around 20 years old. And this is the working world. So this is around sort of 25 to 65 years old. And as you can see, the top part is bigger than the bottom part, which indicates to us that populations in Western Europe are getting smaller and smaller. And if you look at the fourth industrial revolution, or in Europe as what they call it, Industry 4.0, the problem they're trying to solve for this population is to do more with less people. And you see that a lot of the technologies is all centered around automation and this paradigm of doing more with less people. But let's take a look at what the African population pyramid looks like. So this is 260 million people, and this is 1.3 billion people. And you can understand that if we copy and paste these solutions onto this population, we'll have a huge disaster. And what's even more crazy is that this population is going to spiral to around 2.2, 2.5 billion people in the next 20 years. So we have an even greater challenge on our hands with this fourth industrial revolution if we copy and paste what is being done in the Western world. What we have to do from an African perspective is completely change the paradigm and really understand that this bottom half of the pyramid in Africa is actually an opportunity. And how do we use digital technologies to unlock this opportunity? And so to do that, we have to change our mindset first. And so we have to change the paradigm. What we have to say is that we have to use technology to do more with more people, as opposed to using technology to do more with less people. And unless we adopt this mindset, we are creating more and more problems for ourselves in Africa. And the other point that I want to make with these two population pyramids in front of us is the solution is not going to come from the Western world or the developed world. The solution has to come from us, because they're dealing with a different challenge and they have to deal with their challenges. And we have to deal with our challenges, but we can use technology, the same technology, in a different way to solve our particular problems. And the next couple of slides is really some examples of how we do that. But before we go into that, I just wanted to illustrate, this is an article that came out of The Economist last week, actually, that talks about population growth for the next 80 years. And as you can see, I've drawn a line over here at around 2050, which is not too far away, 28 years away, actually. And so I want to illustrate and use this chart to make the point again, is that for this top half, the solution is automation. And what we have to do here for the top half is do more with less people. However, the majority of the world, and I really mean the majority of the world, has a different problem. We have an abundance of people, an abundance of human capital. So we have to use technologies around digitalization to do more with more people. And for us, there's a distinct difference between automation and digitalization. In Africa, Southeast Asia, India, for example, we need to do more digitalization, whereas in the developed world, the USAs, the Europes, the Japans, they have to do more automation. And this is an important distinction that I think a lot of people don't understand, where what we try to do from my perspective is we try and copy and paste what the advanced, so-called advanced countries are doing. And if we copy and paste what they do on our society, we have a huge problem. And so our argument is that we need to do it differently. We need to learn from what they've done, use the technologies, but apply it differently. And I'd like to share with you some examples of how this is being done. So this is a picture that shows a number of brands and organizations that are present in South Africa. And the circles actually represent the number of people they employ. So we have this mindset that technology will make jobs obsolete and take jobs away. But my question to you is, can you match these organizations to the size of the circle? And the size of the circle represents the number of people they employ. So I'll just leave it there for a second, just for you to think about it. So which of these organizations belong and essentially employs the most? So here's what it looks like. So in actual fact, over the last 8 years, Uber has created 13,000 opportunities for new people to earn a living versus some of the big known brands. In fact, some of these big factories have actually been reducing the number of people they employ. As they grow, they automate. And so they are now actually taking people out of their factories and doing more automation. Whereas if you look at a digital business like Uber, has actually created a new market segment and has actually created 13,000 jobs in South Africa. And what's really even more interesting about the Uber analogy is that they have created 13,000 jobs with no government assistance. So no money from the Development Bank of South Africa, no money from the IDC. They came into South Africa with a digital business and were able to create 13,000 opportunities for new people to create and earn a living. It may not be direct employment in the conventional sense, but we need a new mindset in terms of creating opportunities for people to earn a living. And Uber is a good example of a digital business that has created that. So what we are doing at GenderMark is we've actually created a number of different apps that are focused on manufacturing at this stage to solve the skills challenge in South Africa and really to try and create opportunities within factories in South Africa to unlock the potential of humans within a factory, not take humans out of the factory. And I want to give one example of a scenario. So here's a person we know, his name is Goodwill. And as we all know, the youth unemployment in South Africa sits at 75%. So Goodwill is a good example of somebody that wants to work, but unfortunately doesn't have the education to actually perform the tasks in this factory because he hasn't gone to school, he hasn't gone to university. So what we've done is we've created apps to empower Goodwill. And I'd like to share some of these apps. So the first app I'm going to talk about is Odin VR or Odin Virtual Reality. So over here, you see Goodwill is now learning how to operate an assembly station inside the factory. So you can go into virtual reality, learn the process. And in fact, within the virtual reality, we have tests within the applications to check whether Goodwill is performing the tasks correctly, to see the speed at which he's performing the tasks. And so Goodwill can actually practice these tasks with coming in at zero skills. And so he can practice and practice and practice. And the system determines whether Goodwill is now capable enough to go and work on the actual production line. So once he gets to that point, he can then go onto the actual production line. And here you see what we call digital work instructions. So you can see in front of him is a visual image of what he needs to do when he needs to do it. And this is exactly what Goodwill saw in the VR simulation. So there's nothing new that he's now experiencing in the physical world. So the instructions are given in a pictorial form or in whatever language that Goodwill prefers. So you can change the different languages. And the most important part is that we've been able to connect the hardware on the station. So whether it be a measuring device or a bolting tool or a barcode scanner, it doesn't really matter. So we are monitoring the performance of the hardware and only ensuring the process continues when the hardware has told us it's okay. So in this example here, Goodwill can scan the barcode. If he scans the wrong barcode, the process doesn't continue. The analogy that I tell people is that it's like Google Maps. So you want to go from point A to point B, and you're now in your car, and then you realize you missed the turnoff. And immediately what Google does is it recalculates using AI to redirect you to the quickest, best path back to get to your final destination. And that's exactly what our system does, is if Goodwill makes a mistake on the station, we are able to detect that and ensure that the next steps are dynamically created for Goodwill to get the part that he's producing correct again. And then we've taken one step further, where we now use AI and computer vision to actually detect different elements within the station. So over here, you see we are able to detect the bolting tool that Goodwill is using. So if Goodwill has now positioned the bolting tool in the wrong position, for example, we would disable the bolting tool so that he can't bolt the bolt in the wrong position, as a simple example. You can see over here the bins where he picks the components. So we're able to detect the Goodwill's hand as he picks the components. And so if by mistake he picks the wrong parts, we're able to indicate to Goodwill and redirect him to pick the right part. You also see over here a virtual button. And what this does is it actually takes away the need for a physical button now, and we can actually detect the finger using AI. And by him pressing the sticker, not the button, we're able to sequence the process to the next step. And so as a consequence of this, we achieve two things. The first thing we achieve is we ensure the process is maintained, the security of the process is maintained. So we can take an unskilled person, make sure that they can perform the tasks, and AI is enabling that person to perform those tasks. That's the first thing. The second thing we do is this station has got 2 cameras above it and very little hardware. So we now no longer need expensive control systems. We don't need any expensive wiring. We don't need expensive programmers to commission this production line. And so this physical station is now 50% cheaper than conventional automation solutions. So not only are we enabling an opportunity for an unskilled person, but we're also reducing the price of manufacturing by reducing and using AI. So this notion that technology is going to make things more expensive, technology is going to take skills away from, will require higher skills to perform tasks is not true. And we've proved this in multiple locations around the world, actually. And the last part that I wanted to share with you was about data. So obviously big data analysis. So as a result of the station collecting lots of data, we're able to instruct Goodwill directly to say, okay, Goodwill, you're doing really well on your barcode scanning operations. And here we can see the time that Goodwill takes to perform barcode scanning operations is going down, which means it's getting better and better. But we can see at the bottom over here with the red line going up, it means that Goodwill is taking longer and longer to perform the bolting operation. So something is obviously going wrong there. And what we're able to do is dynamically feed that information back into the virtual reality system and tell Goodwill on his mobile phone that he should go for further training in the virtual reality simulation. And so we basically close the loop on skills development. And this is what we call the Smarter Worker platform. It doesn't mean that you need high skills to do this. In fact, we start at the point where you have 0 skills and you're now able to perform these complex tasks. And for us, this is the opportunity that technology presents. It's not about creating and taking opportunities away. It's about actually creating opportunities for the demographic and the society we actually live in. I wanted to create show a little picture of what Uber actually looks like from a technology perspective. So you see Uber in the center and you see all of the different technologies that are Uber have used to actually develop their system. So things like Google Maps, we're all familiar with cloud computing, AI, the app stores. These are all the technologies that Uber created or have used to create their application. And the reason why I want to show this is because I want to show you, this is actually a gentleman from the Free State. His name is Tshepiso, who was laid off from his job where he was, they were manufacturing washing powder. And now Tshepiso lives in his community and he actually manufactures washing powder and sells the washing powder to his community. So I wanted to use this as an example because Tshepiso is actually from the Free State to show that what if we built a digital network around Tshepiso? So we create a machine that's got advanced AI and computer vision to ensure that the process is correct. But we take that one step further where let's call it Uberize Tshepiso's washing powder manufacturing. So we create an app where people can order the washing powder. We create a rating system. So where Tshepiso does a good job, people can give him a 5-star rating like what we do with Uber. We can use cloud computing so that it's scalable, not only to Tshepiso in one location, but to multiple locations. And then most importantly, we are able to connect Tshepiso to experts. So the formulation, for example, of the washing powder can be SABS approved by SABS, and some experts can be downloaded to the machine, and Tshepiso simply follows the process of what's on the machine. And so essentially what we've now done is we've Uberized washing powder manufacturing. And so we can then potentially copy and paste this to multiple societies in South Africa and in Africa, where people can now create their own washing powder manufacturing business, as a simple example of the opportunity for digitization. And this can then be scaled to different types of manufacturing. Let's call it dressmaking, let's call it brick manufacture. And the list is endless. So this is an example of what we call network manufacturing or distributed manufacturing, and technology is enabling us to do this. The next and the last two slides that I wanted to share with you is this idea about network education. And again, you see in this picture a similar idea to the Uberization of education. So here's a device that we've developed, and in fact, I'm very proud to say that the first rollout of 600 kids was actually in the Free State. So we call it Omang, which means obviously identity, and it's a closed device. So kids that get this device are not able to access the open internet. It's actually a closed device. We have support from both Vodacom and MTN for network and connectivity and data. We have online classes from Big Blue Button, which is the same as Zoom. And most importantly, we have this idea of web platforms. And web platforms is a very powerful thing because we want to flip the classroom around. We don't want to give kids the exact curriculum that they should learn, whereas we want kids to become creative and allow them to explore and determine what and identify what they're interested in. So for example, on these web platforms, we have things like Siyavula, which is adaptive maths learning. We have things like SpaceX, we have things like NASA. And from these web platforms, we actually have big data analysis, and we have built a recommendation engine from all of this, where we now create a unique profile for every child on the platform. And then we dynamically change the information on the device to what the child is interested in. So as an example of this, what we found is that a lot of kids are actually interested in space. So we see the amount of time they spent on NASA and SpaceX, and now the latest Webb telescope information. And so what we can do with that is we now identify these tags and the metadata within these applications. We call and we link them all to the subject of cosmology, so stars and space. And what we're able to do is create a heat map of the thousands of kids on these devices to see which kids are actually interested. You see at the bottom over here. So the more kids, the dots on the one side of this axis are much more interested in space and cosmology. And on this side, we see kids with aptitude for things like maths and science. So we can see obviously the results of the tests on the device. So when they do a maths test or physics test, it means they have aptitude for maths and science. And so what we can now do is we can actually stimulate the kids in this quadrant to maybe move towards more things in SpaceX and NASA, for example. And the kids that are really interested, we can also stimulate them and help them more with physics and maths. And what we can then also do is we can then create a digital community of kids around the whole country that are interested in cosmology and create a sort of stars club or cosmology club. And all of this is possible because we've been able to Uberize education and distribute these tablets. And what's really crazy about this is that we're able to do this for $500 a year per child, which, and if I know the stats correctly, that's a little bit more than what our government is spending on textbooks for these kids. Not only do we give them the textbooks on the device, digital versions of the textbooks, but we actually take the education to the bare minimum, but to the extreme where they now have the most advanced education in the world for cheaper than anybody else can do in the world. And that's the advantage of really understanding the opportunities of digitalization versus automation. And we really believe at GenderMark that digitalization presents huge opportunities for us in Africa. It's about us understanding the opportunities and really accepting that it's the bottom half of that pyramid is the opportunity. And I'd just like to close with obviously this slide again, just to ask the question, are we ready for this new world that we're in? because this is the world we need to focus on, and not copy and paste the top solutions onto this bottom half of the world. And I'd like to end off with that. I'd appreciate it if you scan the QR code. That's how you get access to my my personal webpage, as well as you can follow me on LinkedIn. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Naidoo from Gender Mark. A round of applause for him once again. He is asking a fundamental question, that are we ready for this world that we are in? Are we ready? In 2019, President Cyril Ramaphosa appointed the members of the Presidential Commission on 4IR. And I think that was in response to the question that Dr. Naidoo is asking. But later on, during the State of the Nation address, the president said South Africa had chosen to be a country of the future at a time when the world was changing at a pace, and also in a manner that was unprecedented in the human history. Joining us this morning from the Presidential 4IR Commission, it's Ntate Phila Sithole. He is at the level of strategic implementation plan, and we want to hear from the government point of view. Where are we in as far as South Africa is concerned when we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution? Ntate Sithole.
Program Director, thank you very much. Representative of national departments, provincial departments, Prof. Goi, the Vice Chancellor, our distinguished guests and our speakers, all protocol observed. It's a great pleasure to be here and to see that the province is taking steps to ensure that they take opportunities of the fourth industrial revolution. In 2019, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa put together a group of experts from various industries to put together a strategy which formulated into the PC4R report, which was gazetted in 2020, and it was since been published, and the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies was tasked to put together an implementation plan for that. And since then, that plan has been published, and it has been available for the public. But just a step back, the president put a statement that we should take the opportunities presented by 4IR, especially for young people, as a skills revolution that will enable us to quantum leap into the economy of the future. I think that is very critical, that there is an economy that we can tap to that is going to propel us for job creation, that's going to propel us to fight poverty and inequality. Since then, when we put together the implementation plan, we consulted various stakeholders, various provinces. We also went to clusters. We also went to the private sector on how to put together programs that are going to propel us forward. And we also had to ensure that we have a time frame actionable 4IR path for South Africa. We identify existing and future programs, because some of these programs have been existing. We need to integrate them into a national plan, but we need to identify challenges within the high growth potential economic sectors, public institutions, and propose 4IR technology solutions that holds the potential to address those challenges. We need to outline collaborative structure for all stakeholders to work together. We also need to have an 4IR awareness and engagement across stakeholders. But what is important, we need to have it outlined in the MTSF that that is a plan of government. Just in an overview, the framework of the strategic implementation plan addresses what needs to be prioritized, digital infrastructure, human capital, according to the recommendation of the PC4R report. But we also look into Industry 4.0. What are the industries in South Africa that are key, which is agriculture, which is health. We've also looked into education as a system itself, that 4IR technology is relevant. But also we also talk to the creative industry, that the emerging technologies are taking the space of the creative industry, and where artists are no longer having the platform that was conventional, and there's digital platforms that are taking the space, and the art and so forth, where you have now digital art that you can put, that you can able to sell it to the world. You have visual reality affecting the industry. This is one of the examples of, and also looking into the services industry as well. The digital economy has taken over. Now, I want to go back to the minister speech yesterday and what the department is doing according to these recommendations that are put in place, and what's the plan that is in progress being implemented by the department and also other stakeholders, which is SOEs, which is aligned to the PC4R recommendation. So this is the recommendation of the PC4R Presidential Commission that was put in place. Just to say that the commission's work has been completed, and it's now up to us to see that we implement these recommendations. Investment in human capital, AI Institute, platform for advanced manufacturing, secure and avail data, incentivize industries, build 4IR infrastructure, review policies, establish 4IR strategic implementation coordination council, such that our work is coordinated. Now, just going back to human capital, what are the key fundamental issues that we have to deal with? We need to deal with basic education, maths literacy. We need to ensure that our young people are equipped with the digital skills that is going to position them to participate in this economy. We need to have advanced digital skills that relates to universities, colleges, FETs. We need to have digital skills for society. People who are never been in tertiary education, but they also participate in this economy, and they exist, and there is opportunities for them as well. But what is very key and important is that our public service needs to be the public service of the future. They need to be reskilled. People in workplaces, in factories, needs to be reskilled to take advantage and to actually exploit opportunities that have now been presented. We've put together an AI Institute framework that we have started to implement. We have started negotiations and discussion with UJ. We're going to be launching these nodes. We're advanced in terms of the time frames. We're in a discussion with TUT, and we're looking into catalytic projects. First catalytic projects, digital identity, one government, which UJ is actually looking at. TUT, we're looking at automotive sector, and these are just the nodes that have been put in place. We recognize that we're not going to have one institute that is sitting in place. We need to be distributed across South Africa because there is pockets of centers of excellence that can be identified. And also here in Free State, we have to capacitate and ensure that we're able to identify programs that relates to working together in an AI ecosystem, which is the AI Institute. Tackling, very key, tackling challenges of our context. Now, in terms of advanced platform for manufacturing and new materials, we have put together a paper now. We have seen during COVID that some of the devices, after lockdown, there has been shortage of semiconductors. We're looking at semiconductors. We do have some of these materials locally that we can source. We need to tap into the value chain of the semiconductors. We can start somewhere, but we can able to supply all of these materials and components that are required for devices locally. Energy storage, very key. Housing, we've seen some of the models that have been displayed that you can actually 3D print your house. And this, we have housing challenges in South Africa. And we need to have such kind of innovation to solve this challenge using technology. We've seen in the exhibition, in terms of health, 3D printing of some of the parts that you can be well suited for your body, and these are some of the examples that we need to tap into. We have been looking into a strategy and a framework that we have developed, and in consultation with the industry in terms of cloud computing, that government needs to move into the cloud. We need to move into cloud platforms. Government has to lead in terms of application of technology. We need to look into the big data analytic so that we can have a single view of government, sharing of information, sharing of biometric data, which is applicable across home affairs, it's applicable across the criminal justice system, local government, your hospitals when a child is born. We need to be able to track that view, and we're participating in terms of ensuring that we have digital identity that is well developed and a system that we can have a single view of government. And this data is also very important for startups, innovators, and they can start using some of this data to provide solutions for our challenges. In terms of incentivizing industries, we have seen that some of the platforms that have been developed by our young people, we're not using them. And we have put together a platform where we can profile them, identify them, and start promoting them, that we consume our own technology. And this has been said by the minister here. And she's very passionate about it, and that we can also have a platform that we can take across in the continent. We can start sharing this platform that we consume what is local. In terms of platforms and also teaching our community, adopting technology, we need to move into electronic voting, very efficient. We need to tap into fintech, the way we distribute our social grants. It costs us a lot of money to distribute these funds. And there is technologies that we need to adopt, and we need to embed this innovation in communities. You can have spaza shops that can sell products via an e-commerce platform, but also you can also have this technology that can make consumers in locations where they can even order to be delivered. They can also have Wi-Fi hotspots where communities can actually start accessing platforms. This needs to be embedded in our communities. Now, in terms of digital infrastructure, connecting to what previously have been embedding technology in communities, we're looking into creating Wi-Fi hotspots across the country where people can go and have access through the SA Connect, connecting schools. The minister has asked here for the provision of schools so that those schools can be connected through the spectrum auction and obligations that we have with network operators, working together with them to ensure that they can connect schools, and that commitment has been made. And we're looking into connecting government institutions, local government, through CETA, through the SA Connect project, rollout of data centers, and phasing out of 2G and 3G spectrum, which needs to be refarmed for, where we can have advanced and high-speed connections for applications. The Electronic Communication Act is outdated. We need to have a digital, transformation or digital government 5.0 that's going to look into how we transform the way we do things. We have the e-government, which has now also been outdated. We have not been able to implement it. We need to look into the data policy, and we have consulted with the private sector, and we have been advancing in this. In terms of broadcasting, this has changed. All of these policies needs to be reviewed. And you can see that you are now watching online platforms, and which you can watch at any time, demonstrating that the space is changing very quickly. Last slide, how do we coordinate this? We need to work together with the private sector. We proposed the interministerial government that we can have a committee, that we can work together in ensuring that we have a coordinated implementation of 4IR across South Africa and in all spheres of our communities. We need to work together with labor. In our consultation across provinces, we've had comments. We also had, truck drivers talking to us, the Association of, truck drivers saying that AI is going to take their jobs. All of these concerns. But we know that advanced communities that adopt technology, they have more jobs. 4IR is not going to take jobs. Now we've seen that in terms of the e-commerce, how many jobs have been created. Someone just made an example yesterday that the fear of technology make us to think that our jobs is going to be taken. But if you are in your household and you want to wash your clothes, we appreciate using the washing machine. We don't wash it with our hands. We put it into the washing machine. We are able to wash our clothes very quickly. We don't say the washing machine is taking our jobs. Because while we were washing our clothes, we can able to do other things that are very critical. And this is the same as well as adopting technology to help us to do what is most critical with our time. Thank you very much. And this is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Sithole. Another round of applause for Ntate Sithole, please. Without really repeating what Ntate Sithole has said, but I think, I don't know, maybe Ntate Sithole by shaking or nodding, you will talk to us about our state of readiness. If we are to look at the electronic voting, perhaps in this room we may submit to you. And let's test the state of our readiness as a country, and let's try it in 2024. Shouldn't we? And let's see if we are ready, so that we all have to sit at home and exercise our democratic right and vote in 2024 using our smartphones. Perhaps that should be a test that as a country we should be ready for it. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly jump to the next presentation. I am going to request Ntate Mokalusi to join us. He is going to be helping us to understand the concept behind smart contract in the blockchain. Ntate Mokalusi. Just give him a welcoming round of applause.
Okay, testing, can you hear me? Good morning, my name is Lucky Mukalusi. I will be talking to you, we'll be discussing blockchain-enabled smart contracts for enhancing contractor payment solutions in the Free State Provincial Department of Education. How many of you, by raise of hand, how many of you know blockchain? Smart contracts? Okay, cryptocurrency? Okay, let's have fun. Let's have a discussion about that. And then the technology says no. Just give me a second. Just want to see what's wrong. Sorry about that. Let's just give it a second and see what's wrong. I'm running my presentation from the cloud, so just bear with me. It's a bit slow. Okay, let's get started. The network is a bit slow on. Sorry. Okay, I'll be introducing the case study. And then I'll tell you more about blockchain and smart contracts. And then the decentralized application that we've built called Easy Peasy. And then I'll give you a demonstration. We've been working on this project with Dr. Kurokos, Dr. Monyane, and Prof. Pankoli. Dr. Monyane couldn't be here. He's responsible for the constructions of schools in the Free State Department. So here a case study where his department is actually facing challenges with delays of paying contractors. So we looked at how we can enhance this contractor payment to make sure that we get rid of delays. And you can imagine contractors have employees. They have families to feed. And with such delays, contractors end up resorting to getting loans in order to mitigate the situation. So the idea is to achieve ideas of good governance and to address deficiencies in the procurement processes and to establishment of sound document management processes, which aligning them with the document process with objectives and policies as approved by the accounting officer. This is to ensure that there's efficient and streamlined document management processes with principles that are consistent and transparent. Yes, there are different stages on the document management process. I won't go through all of them. I wanna focus only on the ones that I'm going to demonstrate on the application. The first part of the request for quotation. I wanna zoom into that. So the first stage is basically the chief user may forward the request for quotation with specifications of services needed and the submission signed by the chief director. So the services in this case needed can be the building of a new school. So I subdivided the stages again. We can call them tasks. I call them stages. So let's look at the first stage. Is where now the chief user initially, that's the first person who starts the process. So the chief user will then send the RFQ to the chief director to be signed. And then the chief director will actually sign the RFQ and then send it back to the chief user, where now the chief user will then set up a closing date together with the signed approved RFQ from the chief director. This is then sent to the suppliers on the central supply database, as we know it. So keep this in mind. We're gonna come back to it when we do the demo. How did I get involved in this project? Well, I'm a postgraduate student with CUT. I'm under the supervision of Dr. Kurokos and Prof. Fermak. We've been involved in this project with, like I said, with Dr. Kurokos, Dr. Munyane, and Prof. Bankoli. So my title for blockchain, my title for my postgraduate studies is on blockchain smart contract, data provenance tracking application within smart manufacturing environment. So far, there's been several publications, international publications, to recognize the work. On my side, I have 14 years industry working experience, of which 6 I was a technical training manager. So one may ask, what is provenance? Well, provenance is defined as the place of origin or the earliest known history, which is tamper-proof, and its integrity can be verified across the entire supply chain. So what is blockchain? Well, blockchain is a decentralized system utilizing many computers around the world. Each computer is called a node. Each node can communicate with each other to form a consensus. Each node stores a copy of all the data records available on the blockchain. Data is stored as blocks which are chained together to make a public ledger. The code is stored in smart contracts, which are immutable programs that runs on the blockchain. So basically, blockchain is a write-only distributed database, which its transactions are trackable, irreversible, can only be added, not edited or removed. So basically, they're there forever. So the principles of blockchain is basically security, transparency, and traceability. Okay, meet easy peasy. I gave it the name easy peasy. From the phrase easy peasy, meaning straightforward and easy. You don't need any skills to be able to go through the process of the submission of RFQs. No more excuses. Think about it. Imagine a relay race where the success of the team to win the race depends on every individual member of the team. So the quickest, the quicker you finish the stage that you are in, then it determines the success of the team. So if you are delaying the team, that means we know who's delaying the team now. So let's look at the application quickly, and I want to go back to this slide so that it sticks there. I'll come back to it. So there are 2 sections. I just want to demonstrate quickly. On this side, we are going to have, so you will notice that the login is actually 1 click. It's an advanced cryptographic authentication. I've hosted the decentralized application, so I'll give you the link. If you're more than welcome to go and crack it, good luck. So in this case, now we have the chief director. Just want to show it properly. And then on the other side, I'm going to log in as the chief user. Okay, I just want to show you on the chief user, we are seeing something different. We have now where the chief user must upload the task, and whereas the chief director doesn't have to upload the task because it starts with the chief user, like I've said on that slide. Just want to go back to that slide. On the slide here. So chief user must start and upload and send an RFQ to the chief director to be approved. So let's do that. One thing I want to highlight is when you upload, there's an algorithm that checks for duplications and editing of documents, basically to keep out fraud. The same technology that is used, it's actually used for what is recently called the NFTs, non-fungible tokens, where the artists are now putting their music on the blockchain to avoid duplications and to make them unique. As you upload, basically that is exactly what is happening. So I have a sample of a quotation there. Let's upload as a chief user. There's a sample of the quotation. One thing I want you to pay attention to is, before I upload, that reference there, it ends with NKHG. That goes to that algorithm and checks that document and checks for duplications or fraud. So let's upload. So it ends with NKHG. So we upload that sample of a quotation and we submit. So what happens is there's a contract running in the background. When we submit, everything goes to the blockchain. We submit. Just give it a second. And then we are on stage number 2. We can see stage number 2. We can even tell who is responsible for that stage is the chief director. Now the chief director must now complete this task. So what I'm going to do is pay attention to that reference. Now it has changed. It's the first one, there was an initial one with the logo. Now is the quotation, that's YWDC. Now we give the chief director a chance to complete this task. So the chief director must send the signed RFQ back to the chief user. So we already know who's the next in line. So you don't need special skills to actually operate the software. Because and there were questions about, but now who must approve if a quotation is above a certain amount? There's no need for that. We already know who's the next person. So the chief user, the chief director now uploads this. So I want to make a copy of that same quotation just to show you that it can detect a duplicate. So I'll copy it. Here is the copy. I'm going to upload only the copy. I just want to do it again. So I'm going for the copy and pay attention to that reference. It won't change because it's a duplicate. So we submit. So everything goes to that algorithm and also the smart contract. We're on stage number 2, give it a second. It's on stage number 3. You can actually even see it there. Should change on the other side. You can actually see it there. We are on stage number 3. So for the chief user, I'm going to take the same document and edit it. So let's go and open that copy. And before that, I just want to back to the reference is still the same. So I'm going to edit that. Say someone wants to now change the digit on the quotation, but in this case I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put a dot. The dot, you can even see it. So we'll let the algorithm do its work and see if it's been edited. So now is the chief user's 10, where he says the time and sends the signed RFQ back to the chief director. He uploads. Where is that copy? There. Remember, it was edited. So let's pay attention to that reference there. You submit, goes to the blockchain, goes to that algorithm, and then it checks. Let's give it a second. And that reference changes. So we can tell immediately it was edited. So this is basically to keep up fraud. So as the system, as it is right now, it can be used for decentralizing matric certificates, even our degree certificates, identity documents, voting. We can go as far as our mineral resources in Africa. This is basically a template for almost everything. Even when we looked at it with Prof. Bankoli, we can even go into the civil, where you can be held accountable for a building, a construction, where it collapses. We have all the information on the blockchain, it can never be erased. So it's running on a blockchain in the background. So all the transactions are recorded in there, so we know exactly what is happening in there. All the smart contracts are visible, so we can actually go back and hold everyone accountable. So future plans, as you can see, we need to add timers and see who's actually delaying the process. So that will be implemented in the future, so that everyone can be held accountable and Kimangojisan team. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ntate Laki, Ralebo Mhlompe, Mr. Laki Mukalusi, talking to us about the blockchain smart contract. Let's quickly invite Dr. Kuriakos to talk to us about the smart water bottling plant, and here with regard to the 4IR, how far are we with that regard?
Thank you, Program Director, respected dignitaries, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My presentation today is titled Envisaging Manufacturing in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the case study of the smart water bottling plant. So the outline for the presentation, I'm going to focus on the current and future manufacturing trends. I'm then going to go straight into looking at smart manufacturing at CUT. I'll be splitting this into two portions. We'll be looking at the smart water bottling plant, and also with a focus on the impact of the fourth industrial revolution on jobs, and then we'll conclude our session. So current versus future manufacturing trends. So at the bottom of the screen there, you see what is the current practice. It's referred to as a make-to-stock approach, where you have raw materials which go into your factories, they get converted into finished products, they go to a warehouse and then to a retailer and then back to the customer. But in the future, the trend is said to be one where the customers are the ones that make the orders, that get directly sent through to factories, get into finished products and then back to the customers. This kind of an approach is called a make-to-order approach, right? So what are some of the advantages of the make-to-order systems? Enhanced customization, greater product variety, there will be no or little excess inventory. There will be higher productivity, and it is also suited for your small scale industries as well as your startups. However, there are certain challenges with the make-to-order systems, and that's where we come in with our research. The obvious drawbacks or disadvantages is issues related to bottlenecks due to customized manufacturing as well as production efficiency. This is what we identified as our research gap, and we set about researching through the water bottling plant case study. So the way the water bottling plant operates, it's given in this schematic here. The customer would place an order through an application, which then goes into a cloud or gets cloud, which forms part of cloud manufacturing. And then that is executed by a set of smart manufacturing units, or SMUs, as one would call it. Right, so in our case, there will be 3 smart manufacturing units. The first of which is a water filling station, which will fill water into the bottles. The second would be a water bottle capping station, which would cap these bottles. And then finally, we are looking at a storage and delivery. So we've completed the first 2 stages. We're looking at the 3rd stage and seeing how we can best do delivery and storage and delivery. That forms part of research called, referred to as last mile logistics. So here, I just wanna see if I can show a quick video of the operation of the plant. So once the orders get processed, they come to the water filling station. Here they do get filled into the bottle. So presently we have devised it such that we can bottle 500 ml as well as 300 ml bottles, but this is subject to change depending on the requirement of the customer. And from the first SMU, it goes into the second station where it gets capped and then to a storage section. So this is a very quick demo of the operation of the plant currently. And as I mentioned, we are looking at seeing how we can actually go on to the 3rd section where we are looking at last mile logistics. So keeping this in mind, this is the one area where we are looking at the research aspect. We are looking at elements like production efficiency, reduction of bottlenecks in the production. Then we come to the second and more societal impact of 4IR. That is the impact of 4IR on jobs. And this relates directly to what I think Dr. Naidoo spoke about earlier in our plenary session. The needs of the different parts of the world with regards to the 4th Industrial Revolution are very different. And I think we in Africa need to be aware of that. So one of the most important concerns is that the 4th Industrial Revolution will result in quite a bit of job loss. So how do you now mitigate the impact of job loss caused by automation? So what we have developed with the case study of the water bottling plant is developing a software-based protocol where we can categorize jobs that can be best done by machines and those that can be best done by the human workforce. So the protocol works in a way that if you provide an input looking at the number of constraints, so in our case, you're looking at the amount of water in the tank, the number of caps, the number of bottles, the total time to bottle. If you input all those constraints, then the output is a data sheet which basically tells you which jobs are best done by machines and then which jobs will be best done by humans. And now once you've identified that, we can then train or reskill the existing workforce so that they can achieve these specific tasks which will be best done by human beings. So envisaging a 4th Industrial Revolution manufacturing plant, we would like to see that yes, there will be room for automation, but at the same time, through human-machine interfaces, we would like to see how best a human being can be involved in the manufacturing space and thereby contribute to the value of that process. So to conclude, I'd just like to give a quote from Nikki Word. She is based in South Africa. She is one of the global top 50 speakers in disruptive technologies. And in her book called Disrupt Yourself or Be Disrupted, she states that you cannot stop the fourth industrial revolution, but you can influence its direction and the impact in your life. And I think seeing from everything that we've heard thus far, and I'm sure going to hear further on, we are all in a space where we would like to change how the fourth industrial revolution has an impact on what we do. Right. So I'd like to thank the Center for Sustainable Smart Cities at CUT, my co-collaborators, the National Research Foundation who funded this project, and a big thanks to the organizing committee of the 4th IR Summit for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kuriakos. Let's give him another round of applause, please. So, while many of us are still trying to come to terms with the hiking petrol prices, our next speaker will try to calm us down because there is a possibility of driving a car that doesn't require diesel or petrol. The solar car project, Professor Lewis, can you calm our nerves?
Just want to see if my slide is working. There we go. All right, so as introduced, I'm Prof. Lewis. I'm also the Director of Smart Cities at CUT. So I'll just briefly go into what the Center for Sustainable Smart Cities is, and then I'll quickly discuss the solar car project as well. So we can see that the Center for Smart Cities at CUT is mainly aimed for the 12 United Nations goals. So we are looking at 17 goals, to see if we can address them through research and projects at CUT. And we are then more focused on number 7, 9, and 11, which is environment sustainability, ensuring sustainable smart cities, innovation, industry, and infrastructure. We also focused on Industry 4.0, as we can see some of the projects that were presented here as well. And we also look at, especially in the Center for Sustainable Smart Cities, we look at interdisciplinary research. So there's a few projects, just to quickly show you the projects we are looking at. It's smart farming, smart manufacturing, renewable energy. All of these then try and address that 17 United Nations goals, but we also have international publications in this project, which means we are the experts, the international experts in this field as well. And that is kind of important, that we set up a expert base, international expert base in South Africa, but also the Free State. So one of these projects is then the Solar Challenge. So the Solar Challenge is an international challenge. It's what I call the Formula One of solar. So it's where all the research are being done. The future is now. If you look at Formula One in the past, that's where they developed ABS brakes, traction control, and so on. So we're now in that section where we develop the technologies that you will see in a few years in your cars. So this year we're going to go again from Johannesburg all the way down Kroonstad, Bloemfontein, Gariep. We're going to go down Jeffreys Bay, and then we end in Cape Town. So how the challenge work is, let's say for day one, we go Johannesburg, Kroonstad, but you say that's only 2 hours drive, but we actually go halfway, and then we turn off to Sasolburg. And we drive all day long to Sasolburg and back, N1 Sasolburg, N1 Sasolburg, and then by 5 o'clock tonight, we have to be in Kroonstad. So we want to see how many kilometers we can reach every day. So the one that drives the furthest in this 8 days kind of win the challenge. So even though the road looks short there, it's not really that short because we do loops every day. We drive for 8 hours every day and see how far we can go only using the sun as power. So you can't recharge at night your batteries. You're only allowed to drive with sun power, nothing else. So only the sun. So this is the team, and there's a few students that left already CUT, and there's some that's still here. So again, without humans, we can't, it doesn't matter what your technology is, there is people behind the technology. And this is my team. They are world designers, world experts in designing cars, in designing electronics, making the car work. So there is my team. So what do we do? How do you design? How do you go into a car? Now, car name is Naidoo this year, so it's the eagle. So we're going to soar, and if you look at the eagles, they do soar without using a lot of energy. So that's the idea. So we start with a CAD design concept of a CAD. Then we will build a model of the car, and then after that, we'll build a 1-to-1 scale model of the car, temporary, to see if you actually fit in the car and so on. And then thereafter, we will do the welding. Let me just go up one again. Sorry, yes. Let me just see what's going on here. All right, so we do the design, the frame then the frame is then done, crash test on. You can see there's all the strain tests are doing software. So we do this at CUT as well. So make sure that if there should be an accident, we're not planning for an accident, but if there is an accident, the driver is safe. So we have 5G crash tests done in simulation on the car, make sure everything is safe. This is also one of the rules of the race, that if there should be an accident, and if you look at Formula One the other day, the Alfa Romeo car that flipped, I'm an Alfa Romeo fan, so it was, but you can see that we have the same halo system, the same technology that's in Formula One cars, we do here in the Free State simulations to make sure that it's acceptable, the driver. We can see that's a side impact, the one there in the middle. There we go. There's a side impact, frontal impact, and you can see the slight bending that the frame gave, but this is on 5G, so it's five times the weight. This car is safer than whatever car you're driving at the moment, so it's safer than a Volvo. All right, so then after that, we built the frame, and we built it very lightweight. You can see I'm not that strong, but I picked up the frame there, so it's kind of lightweight frame. There we are still building in the construction process, so you won't see the final project yet, but we are launching 19th August. So we can see there is all our designs. We also have full suspension. We have KPAs, Ackermann's curve for the mechanical guys. It means the one wheel turns further than the other one if you go around corners, meaning this car can handle like a Formula One car. It also has KPA for best traction, so that we can do the mountain passes as fast as we can. So we have to drive the mountain passes, again, fast but safe. If you have a safe car, you have a fast car. All right, so what did we do in the previous race? So this is kind of how the previous car looked like and what happened in the previous race. We can see there's the previous team as well. Our previous car completely different than the new one. There we are driving it along the route. Sorry, I just want to... There we go. It's me on the motorcycle there on the side, making sure the drivers are safe. So we can see there on the speedo. I started in Bloemfontein, reset the motorcycle. When I came back to Bloemfontein, it said 4,700 kilometers. So I've driven 4,700 kilometers next to the car on the motorcycle. I kind of felt that weak. The drivers, we do change the drivers every 2 hours to keep them fresh and so on. There we can see there, this picture here, we are at Cape Agulhas, the most southern point points of Africa. So all the teams around the world, they would drive with us, and we can see there in the video, all the teams are charging batteries, they're standing in the sun. They ran out of fuel a bit, so they are recharging their batteries in the sun during lunchtime and so on. So that's also the route we did in 2018. But now, it's not just fun and games. Let me just go to the next slide here. What did we do then after the presentation? We went and write up some papers on what we've learned during that time. And we presented in Italy, in Torino, at the electronic car conference. So my first presentation I did after Lamborghini, and the second presentation I did between Ital Design, that's doing the Audis, and what's that English car? Bentley. So I did it between Italian Design and Bentley. So we are in the forefront of car design here in the Free State, of future car design. So I'm just briefly going to say what we did during that time. The one was a cover material. You can see that first car of ours were aerodynamically shaped. You just go to the next slide there. So we saw that obviously a block is not that nicely shaped. But if you go a little bit of aerodynamically shape, you just see the video will play through. All right. So we went through a little bit around the car to make aerodynamically shape, which means we have to just look at cover material. So what will happen in the future is, if you buy a new electronic car, you might have solar panels on the roof. We can see there's our shape. It's a little bit better aerodynamically now. So you might have solar panels on the roof, and there needs to be a plastic covering the solar panels. So you want to drive from Bloemfontein to Cape Town with your new electric car. Currently, you have to recharge your batteries in Kwilsberg, and you have to recharge it along the route. You're going to drive 7 days to Cape Town because you have recharge in every town. In the future, the solar panels on your roof might charge as you drive. And we need to see what plastic, what polymer will be the best. Even for your house, what type of covering can you put on your solar panels to protect it against hail or storms? And then this is what we kind of did. So we looked at different type of plastics, and this is what we presented as this international conference, this IEEE international publications, is what plastics are best covering your material. We also did custom setups to test it. See if this video plays. Okay, that video doesn't play. So we made an instrument that will actually, there we go. An instrument that will test this system for you. So not only do we look at the plastic, we also design instruments. There's the instruments that test if the sun is moving across. You can see there's our electric sun. And then during the day, it will show you how the sun moves across your panels, indicating what angles are best. Is the plastics going to work? So we also do instrument design. All right, and then that was just the conclusion for this presentation that we did. The second presentation we did is we have this stations that measure solar power around the world. So one of them, and this one is sustained by us, the smart city. So it's here on the CUT roof. There's one in every city in the world. So normally when you get that data that shows you how much solar is in which part of the world, you can normally get a little map showing you Africa's got so much power, Europe's got so much power. It comes from the actual sensors that we maintain physically here on the roof. Again, in your future car, if you want to drive to Cape Town, you want to know what the weather is, how much solar radiation is on the rest of the road. So your car can tell you, slow down, you're not going to reach Cape Town. You can only do 110 kilometers per hour instead of 120. If you do 110, you can go all the way. If you do 120, you'll have to recharge along the way. The problem with that is you need that sensor, and you can see the sensors highlighted there on the roof. It's the same, it's on the roof of the car. So this car traveled with the solar car in 2018. And we compared this data with the same sensor as the ones that's in the cities, around the cities. So that one day your car doesn't need the 100,000 Rand sensor on it. Your car can use the city data. So it can use the closest city data. So it's, again, cloud computing blockchain, all that stuff. So your car will know GPS where it is, and it will compare to the route that you planned. And it will say, how is the radiation for your solar panels along the route? So nobody's done this before, because nobody's driving through a country to see what the radiation is along the way. And then we did it across the road, and because Africa is nice, South Africa is nice, from Joburg to Cape Town, we go through all the weather conditions, from the deserts in the Karoo to Joburg, which is more, there was just some mass with it. So we kind of saw that your 70%, you can see the correlation is quite close. You don't need a sensor. What it basically comes down to, you don't need a sensor on the roof, especially in the Karoo. In the Karoo, the closest station was 217 kilometers away, which is far away. But in the desert, it doesn't matter. There's not a different cloud cover 270 kilometers away from where you are driving now. So where it was different is obviously places where it's more mountainous. So we can see in the Karoo, and that's how the picture looked like when we drove through it. Remember, 2018 was the water scarce part. So that was basically the same. Bloemfontein was the same. There was a dip at, what's the place, Graafrenet, but those of you that drove to Graafrenet, you know there's a little mountain pass just in between. So again, information we're giving the world. So in the future, they would know that if there's mountain passes, you will need to get sensors in that's maybe along the route, especially when there's a mountain or trees along the path. And then also rain, we had a dip there between the closest station and what we measured, because we know in South Africa, it might rain in Bloemfontein, but it won't rain in Redesburg. No, there's a storm specifically on our space, where I've been in Germany now for a month or 2 months. I've been there. When it rains in one part of Germany, it rains all over Germany. So in South Africa, it's a little bit different. So again, stuff that needs to be focused on in the future if they're going to use this type of data. And you can see there was a big storm that day. But most of the spaces we saw, it's the same. So we did 2 international publications. We also had a master's student just finishing his master's on the project. And obviously, we're going to do a few more research questions for this year's race. So we're already planning some research for this year. If you want to join us in sponsorship, if you want to connect your company to a green image, we are the green image, I think, and we are the future, and we can see we are publishing worldwide, so you will get some exposure at this IEEE conferences as well. I just want to say thank you to the sponsors we already have, and that is me. Thanks.
There you have it, Prof. Lewis. Another round of applause for him, please. More so for the solutions that are to be provided for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are managing time, and in doing so, we are going to move to the next item on our program, which now it's going to be the commissions. So we're going to be breaking away for commissions. And I'm sure it is at commissions where all of us would have enough time to engage the content that has been shared between today and yesterday, so that all of us were able to dissect that content. So there's going to be Commission 1, Commission 2, and Commission 3. And this Commission 1 would look into education, training, and employability. We will be in this venue. It will be facilitated by Dr. Nokweku, as well as Professor Sitlalentwa from CUT. Dr. Nokweku, he is with the Department of Distia. So that commission will be in here. There's then going to be presentations during those sessions. Commission 2 will look into health care. It's going to be at the Prosperitas Auditorium. It will be facilitated by Prof. Mashele. So if you are into the healthcare and you would like to get more on that, please make your way to Prosperitas Auditorium. Another commission which will also be taking place here will be, there will be presentation on preparing youth for careers in 4IR, and there will also be a presentation on unlocking Free State industrial potential through business incubation programs. There will also be at the Prosperitas Auditorium, Dr. Oseyande will look into the nuclear medicine and all the details around issues of nuclear medicine. I mean, obviously this talks to advancing nuclear medicine. And then Prof. Robin Pillay will also look into the digital health, as well as Prof. Elisha looking at the smart wheelchairs. We are all encouraged to participate and really engage one another during these commissions. Commission 3 would look into the agriculture. That commission will sit here as well. It will be facilitated by Dr. Masiteng, who is the HOD of the agriculture department, as well as Prof. Sidibe from CUT. And then after lunch, we will all come back here for 4, if not 5 items to close our summit. For this morning and this session, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank each and every one of you. We're gonna break for our commissions while we have tea. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Relax.
To be.
Oh, start your video. Maybe you're on now.
Has asked you to start your video. Okay.
Okay, I suspect you might be on pretty soon.
Okay, let me just go to. How do I share my screen?
Tea break is scheduled for 30 minutes. So that means we can do that call with Janina in 9 minutes and you'll still be able to
Yeah, let's
come
do
back.
that.
I
Let's do
think.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's fine.
Okay. Alternative, if they want to start earlier, let me just mute my.
I just want also to indicate that for
Okay,
agriculture as well.
yeah.
Okay, we're good, thank you. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, so in this room, the understanding is that all of us are for education, training, and employability. That's right. And also those who are interested in agriculture as well. So when we are done with education, training, and employability, we'll then have the other commission that is going to deal with agriculture. So this room is meant for those two commissions. I'm happy.
The keynote for education is online. The keynote for education is done. Where's the day two? That's day two.
Which one?
Education, yeah, this guy.
It's online.
Yes. Yes, done by social studies. Okay, all right.
Nice. 11 to yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. And I see that Ntate Makgo is also here so that he may get all the engagements around education, training, and employability. Dr. Modise is here to facilitate these sessions. We will also be joined by our speakers, like it happened earlier on, virtually. So I'm gonna give to Dr. Modise to lead us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm representing Prof. Setlalendwa, and I'm going to facilitate together with Ntate Bob Clady from Department of Education. We are going to work together with Ntate Bob Clady. You can come here next to me, then you can, yeah. He's coming, yes. Thank you. And then what is going to happen here, we have 3 presenters. The first one is Dr. Dan Legeskar, is online. And then we have Ms. Doreen Mokwena. Thank you. And then we have Prof. Mpo Raburifi. Prof. Thank you. And we have those 3 presenters, and what is going to happen actually, they will present, and after their presentation, then we can engage them with their presentation. And then we need to go back after our presentation and report to the entire commission. So the 3 presenters are ready. I'm just waiting for the presenter online to be ready. I think by 20 past, he will start the presentation. We need to finish by 10 to 1, because by 10 to 1, we need to give another commission to start their presentation, which is agriculture. I think we are going to have a very, critical engagement, and your contribution will be, appreciated. And after this commission, a way forward will also be appreciated. And feel free to participate, to ask questions. Your inputs are very, very important. Thank you. We'll wait for the presenter online. Is Tumile Saba around here? Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I'm facilitating the dead lady here. The dead lady, can you stand up? They must see you. Thank you. Can you welcome the dead lady, please? Thank you. And for the sake of time, we are not going to introduce the speakers. They'll introduce themselves briefly when they present to save time, because time is against us. Colleagues, to save time, it looks like we are struggling with Dr. Dan Lejaskar online. We'll go straight to the next speaker, Ms. Mokwena, Doreen Mokwena, to present.
I'm
And
here.
over to you, ma'am.
Hello?
Sorry. Can I put this on? Obviously, I need to. Okay. I don't know what needs to happen here for my presentation to show. Can someone assist me, please? I don't know where the technical guys are.
It doesn't connect.
No, it's not showing.
IT people, can you come, please? Yes.
Okay, I need to.
This is what you're presenting.
Yes.
Over this PDF.
Mhm.
Okay, sure.
I don't know if I can start though. I don't know if I can start, in the interest of time.
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is, thank you so much. That was very quick. My name is Doreen Mugwena. I'm the founder and CEO of CyberSec Clinic, a software engineering firm based in Johannesburg. I'm a software engineer. I'm an ethical hacker. I specialize in compliance, regulations, and I write code for a living. meaning I write software systems. And yes, so there's no need for our government to go to India and procure systems anymore. I really don't know what's making me nervous. I don't know if it's the repo rate or it's the time allocation. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to browse through my presentation. When I was invited here and I realized that they placed me under employability and education, it really struck a nerve because I'm one person who deals with technology a lot, and I'm always behind the computer with the hoodie on. So today it's an exception. I look way different. So today I'm going to be speaking about how one can actually build or buy systems or solutions that are secure by design. Now, what I mean by systems or solutions, I'm talking about the system that you use at your organization, be it a clocking system, be it a supply chain, or that sage that you use to pay employees. So basically, these are systems that we procure. But each and every system can actually have vulnerabilities. And once we have it in our environment, it can invite a whole lot of threats for us, and you can be hacked. Such did happen with Liberty, it happened with Experian, and all of our banks actually did suffer vulnerabilities. Recently, we noticed that credit bureaus got hacked as well. We noticed that Virgin Active as well got hacked. And to my privilege or lack of blessing, I actually got an opportunity, to work on all these hacks. The previous one that I've actually worked on was the Transnet hacked. It's unfortunate that it took them almost seven weeks to recover after that system hack, but it did happen. So I'm not going to talk about who I am, I'll just browse through. So the reason why today I chose to speak on top threats in the financial sector, banks, e-commerce, financial startups, it's the mere fact that most of people that open companies do not know what needs to happen in order for them to protect themselves. We also see this in government departments. No shade, but they do use a whole lot of Gmail, and they don't understand the vulnerabilities that come with that. So we're going to look at most of the threats that come in business interruption. First of all, we've got unintentional insider vulnerabilities. We're looking at your USB drops. I don't know if anyone has experienced a USB being dropped in the office, and out of our inquisitiveness, we just take it and we plug it. And it happens that it just takes down your entire network, be it infrastructure or be it network or anything. But the systems do go down because of USB drops. We're also looking at business email compromise. That actually comes from domain name spoofing. It comes from malware. It comes from, spoofing the domain name whereby you hijack it, and everything else is actually pointed to the hacker's side. And we speak of phishing. I'm sure everyone here has witnessed phishing. It's sub-season, by the way, so you're gonna get a whole lot of those phishing emails. And there's also ransomware and DDoS attacks, which is denial of services attacks. Now you do get hacked, and what they actually require from you is for you to pay a ransom. It has happened a lot with City of Johannesburg, whereby they take down their systems and a ransomware is expected. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to go straight to some of the best practices that we need to adopt to make sure that our environment is safe. First of all of us here, we need to manage what is called access to critical assets. Critical assets is actually your computers, your server, your cloud. So like I said at the beginning, it's what we do is we do white hacking as well, which means that we do get into your system and we check vulnerabilities. And one of the critical places that we do find hacking permissible, it's actually on your computers, on your devices, because they are not safe and secure. You need to continuously monitor user activity, which means that you need to check the metadata that goes in and out of your environment. Companies also do have a bring your own device to work. So there has to be a policy for that. And you also need to practice defense in depth. What means is that you need to practice vulnerability testing, all the time. Just ask yourself, what will happen should our systems be taken down? What happens should Sage be offline? Does it mean we're not gonna get paid? Does it mean that all of our information is gonna be spread out? So these are the things that we need to look at. And architecture and design for security policies. This is actually my favorite because this is what I do every day. So what it means is that when you build a solution, or rather when you procure a system, you need to look at the code. How is the code written and where is the code written? So it becomes very problematic if the system is purchased or procured from different countries, because there's an issue when it comes to intellectual property and copyright. So instances are we use systems that we don't even know how they are written. And with the introduction of the Papaya Act in the SA, we have an issue that the system that we use, we don't know where the information is stored or is processed. So these are the type of things that I urge government and schools to look at before they procure systems into their environment. And you need to build an incident response plan. What happens when we get hacked? How long will it take us to recover? Because if an environment gets compromised, you need to take about 8 hours to recover. Others take 7 weeks. We have seen Transnet, it took them 7 weeks. They had to go back to manual operations, and everything was just a mess because they didn't have a proper incident response plan. So you need to have one within your organization. I know this is quite scary and shocking, but once a vulnerability happens in your organization, that's when you will notice that it's either we are ill prepared or we do not take cybersecurity seriously, and you need to model your threats, So what I'm trying to say is each and every organization here needs to have what we call an information security policy. Now, this policy governs how your assets, how the information, how your data recovery is within the organization. If they come in, they want data which was processed in 2014, where is it stored? What are the data archiving policies? With the surge of COVID, some of us started working remotely, and there is a policy that employees need to sign to make sure that when they log in from a remote environment, it's safe and it's secured. So we also need to look at clean desk policy. How often do you change your password? How strong is your password? What do you understand about cybersecurity? And we really urge companies to have a learning management system that enforces cybersecurity and digital hygiene to make sure that our environment is safe. So one of the conditions of Papaya and the information regulator says that should it happen that you got hacked or there was a vulnerability, they're going to look at things like, is there an information security policy? Do your employees know how to protect themselves? Were they trained on how to use critical internet infrastructure? So these are the things that we need to look at, because not a lot of us take care of our internet space, but it's crucial that we are safe and we are secured. So, yeah. Because of time, I'm not gonna go through everything, but I think I can take about 2 questions. Thank you. Okay. Questions? Thank you so much.
If you have questions, not necessarily questions, but even comments also. Yes.
I know there's no roving mic. No, not at all.
Thank you so much, presenter. Beautiful presentation, by the way. And I am blown away at the fact that you're an African woman standing there all confident like that. Wow. Just a question. You've now challenged me as a businessman to say, stop procuring coding services from India. Are you competitive, price-wise?
One thing that I can say is quality
And
cost.
sorry, I'm not just asking you, ne?
Okay.
I'm just asking in general to
right.
say, when it comes to rands and cents, will it be viable for an SMME like myself to not procure a cheaper service in India, for example, or China?
Yeah.
You know, these countries that have really been in the cutting edge of coding. How does South Africa fare in that instance?
That's a great question. And wow, I wasn't expecting that, but I'm always ready because I sell code. So basically, when it comes to development in SA, being full stack, whereby we write front code and back end, we're very competitive, and because obviously looking at our clientele, you see banks are actually serviced by South Africans. You look at Microsoft, you look at all these big entities. And so I can say that we're quite competitive. For one, I started my business in 2020 after I left the public sector. And I've been servicing mines, some of the biggest mines in South Africa. I write and I give them source solutions. How they get into the shaft, we provide them those solutions. And these are not just enterprise solutions. These are solutions that we write from the ground up until adoption, to it being working. So I can say that we are really price-worthy, but we do not compromise our work based on affordability because we do believe that quality does cost. Thank you.
Please bring us your business card.
Thank you so much. Can we give Ms. Mokoena a round of applause, please? We are going to the next presenter, Prof. Mpho. Raburifi is our next, I'm sorry, okay. Our presenter is online. Good afternoon, how are you, sir?
Good afternoon. Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Normally I would be in Silicon Valley, but today I'm in Bali, Indonesia. So I hope the connection works well. And also I was trying to share my screen. So I wonder if you are, during my presentation, able to see my screen.
Okay, thank you so much, the IT people. You can start presenting. Can you show your screen on your side?
I will do so.
Thank you.
I'll share PowerPoint. Hopefully you'll see it.
Thank you. We can proceed with your presentation and you are welcome. We are at Central University of Technology in Free State Province and you are welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. So I'm honored to be here and it was very exciting to hear the previous speaker. And I think after working more than 36 years in this business, yes, don't compromise on quality and value. I think that's my message to you. And that is a competitive edge. Today, I'm going to speak about something totally different. I'm going to speak about the metaverse, the knowledge metaverse. The reason I do that is because we already have implemented some of that with CUT, Central University of Technology, but also with Valley University of Technology and a few others. And my speech is around, why they are using this, what exactly they use, and how this can change, I think, the future for many learners and corporate also. So without further ado, I'll get going. Fasten your seatbelts because it's going to go pretty fast. So let's get going. I mean, everybody's reading about this metaverse, and a lot of people have questions. What is it actually? And everybody has a sense it's going to be big, but what exactly is it? Now, we've been doing this for 23 years as a company. We are a NASDAQ registered company, US based. And our focus in this industry has been to promote knowledge. For the last 15 years, we've been working in Africa. We firmly believe knowledge is a human right. I'm originally from Sweden, so I got my 2 masters and also paid the PhD paid by the government. So I really think that it's important for us to make knowledge transfer available, accessible, and affordable. Maybe not free, but affordable for everybody. And I think that's a critical part of our success as a global community and also individual nations. Now, what's the value with this type of technology? Rather than me telling you that, I was thinking that I'll allow PricewaterhouseCoopers 30 seconds to tell us what they have found out. Let's do it.
Conducted a study on virtual reality learning. We found learners in VR required less time to learn. They had higher emotional connection to the content, higher confidence, and were less distracted during the training.
So in short, students learn faster, retain information longer, make better decisions. Now, if that's the case, how come this is not used in every school in South Africa today? As usual, there are problems, right? And this is not specific to South Africa, it's global. It's traditionally difficult to create this type of content. Game engines are too difficult to use. There's a lack of content, and not everybody has the devices. So the way we tackle that is we set out to develop a platform that is easy and code-free. So my mom, she's 82, she's using this for her cooking classes. That has today went from 1 million assets to 5 million assets. And that supports any device, whether it's augmented reality, virtual reality, or a mobile phone that 5.3 billion people have in their pockets today. And then the next problem arrived. You know, people that try VR and are into that environment for hours and hours, they are not so happy. So, and I agree. I mean, I don't want my kids to be 16 hours in a Roblox in a basement. I wanted to be out there to engage with other. And so how do we solve that problem? We came up with something we call Merged XR. And in essence, what it does is allows you to use just a phone and scan anything, your classroom, your environment, your engine, and create a digital twin of that. And this digital twin you can then inject with artificial intelligence knowledge. So it's not only your virtual world that contains information, but actually your physical world bursts with knowledge. So you superimpose that on the physical space. Then the third problem we encounter is that learning alone is not always optimal, not to say it's not fun. So you need to connect with others. So we launched last year a platform for teleportation. So you can sit at home on your phone and you can connect with anyone, anywhere from Stanford to here in Asia. And you have an avatar and you can just use your phone if you want, but you can also use a headset and you can talk, move around physically, interact as if you were there. And last and not least, the fourth problem is that it's one thing to develop an application for, let's say, a environment or one object. But if you want to do a whole world with many buildings and many, a whole city, that is even more difficult. So we came up with this idea, simple idea that why don't we build the metaverse using AI just by walking and talking, meaning that you just say, for example, let's show an example. So in this case, I'm in an empty room in Portugal, where I was 2 weeks ago when we launched the platform. And I'm in the pool room. They had a room there for, they had billiard. And I'm just saying things like, okay, I say engine. Let's listen in for a second. And out of that, let's do it. One moment.
Walking and talking. Engine.
So I say engine.
You select from
and then automatically thousands of engines pop up. I select the one I like. It pops up in augmented reality. Automatically, based on that engine name, it identifies text, images, videos, PDFs, audios, and it puts it in a context, what we refer to as a knowledge portal, this floating rectangle that contains additional knowledge about that. You start in with the one engine, then you go to the next engine. You can also do assessment and quizzes. You can also do recording of step-by-step procedures. You can also automatically select Swahili or any other language among 80 languages that you want. You can also have a 3D recording that then appears with an avatar like you see here. And finally, you can put all that in a classroom environment and invite colleagues and friends from other locations to join you. Another thing we've done here is how do we make simple interaction creation? Everything from
Hello, I'm super excited to present model,
just,
and you are able to do that.
Turn off the volume here, apologize. So the idea is that if in the past, if you want to do things like interaction, you have to do scripting or coding. And that's fine if you can do it, but 99% of our users don't do it. So we created this carousel that looks like a revolver chamber and allows you to inject different type of interactions on the fly. So whether it is for meeting your friends
Nice to see you.
at the museum and interacting with them, or having youngsters that don't want to go to school and sit at home by the pool, but you still can teach them biology. Or I don't encourage you to do that, by the way. Or being in London and looking at the Anthropology Museum with the skeleton of a whale, but at the same time, you can have projected a real whale that is moving around on scale above in augmented reality. Or watch the next FIFA football game from the comfort of your home, actually interacting, taking pictures with your favorite football fans. Or learning your biology in real reality, going out in the forest and doing putting students to a giant egg hunt where they need to find virtual reality and augmented reality insects. I mean, I can go on and on. I'm not going to do that. Everywhere to guide you to at Harrods, where you want to help support your shopping. All that is possible to do in this environment. But we don't stop there. We want to go one step further. We developed something we call Infinite Land, and this is the land of education through collaboration, and also offers students the ability to learn and earn. So let's say I'm super interested in archaeology. So I can develop application to study the origin of humankind, which started, as you know, in Africa, in South Africa, to be precise, 70,000 years ago. And then place this on the marketplace, which is like an eBay for learning. So let's have a look how that is taking shape. So here you can see it. You can also buy land. You can put on your buildings rooms. These rooms you can have your avatar speaking various languages, as you can see here, from Korean to Chinese to Zulu, for example, is one of the languages we support. And then you select also which lessons you want to engage in. And here you see typical teleportation. So I'm in a room, but in fact, I'm not in a room in Sweden as it looks. I am in a street in Laguna Beach, California. But when I go through the wall, I pop up in Paris in some type of tunnel, which is a graffiti tunnel.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, we're in a graffiti tunnel.
So you have this ability to jump from one place to the other in a very intuitive way. So now we are covering 5.1 million assets and 3D experiences from a range of topics. And we adding almost every day new activities here. And this can be used for learning, for training, for performance or collaboration. We also see the possibility to not only help higher education, but also technical vocational training. So here's a pre-op operation on my phone for nursing.
Yes, welcome to the operation room. Today I have three colleagues of mine. I have Jan Kjellström. Hi, Jan. Yuan, please.
So all I do now here, am I using a phone like a binocular, essentially? And yes, and this allows me to look up, look down on the sides and be fully interactive. Okay. But you can also be in a location to the other. Now, if you want to read more about where I think this goes, we recently released a book I wrote with a colleague called The Knowledge Metaverse. the intelligence explosion and how we will become superhuman. So I think, as you may hear from the title, that I'm very upbeat about this technology, and I think it will bring us things that make our phones today, the smartphones, look like the most antiquated computer from the 1960s. And also, I think this is an ability for us to unite with artificial intelligence in a way that doesn't leave us humans behind. If you are interested, my email in the book, I'll send you a copy, and you can get my email in the end of the presentation. Okay, so I will not take too much time. Who's using this today? We have academic institutions around the globe, like Fraunhofer Institute, Imperial College, Cornell University, etc., customers along the years, but also corporates like Airbus, Samsung, Caterpillar, Shell, and many more. They use it to either reduce training costs or increase productivity. So I've had a pleasure to visit South Africa and about 100 countries since the pandemic started. And the pandemic has been a blessing because we've increased the number of users with more than 800%. So it's something that really has accelerated the usage because people want and need interactive experiential learning in these cases. I've also had a pleasure to meet your Minister of Education, Science and Technology and exchange information with him and many more. And recently we signed and announced a contract with Mercita to deploy this with 50,000 students and 7,500 workers. So it's a truly global phenomenon that we are excited to expand. But I would say also this, that we need you, young folks that are interested in this technology. There is a dramatic, we also have something we call the Metaverse Academy. And the idea is, as this industry grows exponentially, we want a workforce not only from Silicon Valley in California, but we want to have people from around the globe. And one other thing that has been facilitated by this, let's say, the COVID revolution is that a lot of people now can become digital nomads. So for example, Lavina works for us from Kigali, Rwanda. We have this gentleman, he's originally from New Jersey, this lady from Pakistan, this lady here is from Colombia, Senegal. So, and they can join in this revolution because it's not any longer required that you live in a small apartment in Palo Alto or in London. You can be in Tswane or East London if you have the skills to work either for yourself or to become a digital nomad and work for an international company. So with that, I have many more slides, but in interest of your time, I'll stop there. And thank you so much, and see you in the metaverse. Thank you. Any questions, comments, or thoughts?
Thank you, Doc, for your presentation. Can we give him a round of applause again?
Thank you so much. I must disappoint you. I never finished my PhD, so I'm not a doctor. I'm just a humble engineer, but I appreciate your comments. Anyway, looking forward to further engagement in South Africa very soon, and have a wonderful afternoon there. All the best. Take care now.
Do you have any question, colleagues, before he leaves? It looks like we don't have any question, and thank you very much for your presentation. And
yes, the only comment I have is now I'm going back to the jungle. I have a jungle behind me with a lot of monkeys. Still all the food and bananas, so I have to be careful. That's my afternoon activity here as it gets night in Bali. All the best. Take care now. Oh,
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We are going to the next speaker, Prof. Mpho Raburifi is our next speaker. Prof, can you welcome Prof, please?
told the Banco yesterday. Can I have the presentation on USB? Give me a USB. Okay, it doesn't take that. So I can just email it to you. Taste more from it. Send. So while you're looking at that, I can just introduce myself. Okay. Good morning.
It's still morning.
Okay. I don't know. I'm a bit short. So morning, everyone. While IT is still working on resolving my tech issue, I think maybe I should just start with introducing myself. So my name is Mpora Borife. I'm from the University of Johannesburg. I'm an associate professor there, and I'm also the deputy director for the Institute for Intelligence Systems. So I'm quite excited to be in the Free State because this is actually the home of my mother tongue, which is Sesotho. So I'm always happy Haki was Sotho in a formal setting. So my brain actually works a bit faster. As a professor, what I do is that for the past 13 years and until I die, my job is to investigate the evolution of Sesotho. So basically when someone speaks, I ask myself, why is Sesotho sa Lesotho se le different or se fapane le Sesotho sa Freistata, se fapane le Sesotho sa Soweto? And then from then, I just program robots to be able to speak Sesotho as fluently as possible because, thank you. Because I do believe that all the computation systems that are developed for our local Bantu languages needs to fully reflect our languages as it is, and there should be no shortcuts. So this is my mission since my teen years until now, and this is a mission that I will do until I retire. So, I get paid to speak, so while I wait for the slides, I can start speaking with the presentation. I know what's in there. So I'm going to be talking about social institutions and their role within the fourth industrial revolution, right? And by social institutions, we talk about systems. So these are not organizations, these are not people. These are actually systems that govern how we act, right? So we have religion. So religion guides how we act and how we present ourselves. It also kind of governs the social norms. And you'll take it to the screen. No, I know what was that. Or else the camera will not see you. Yeah, I don't know what's this one. Okay, but it's not projected. It's okay. Okay, so basically, as I was saying, so religion governs how we act, right? It dictates our social norms and values. Economy also, how we exchange goods and how goods are distributed, that is governed by the economy. So that's another example of a social system. Another social system is education. So education basically also has roles and responsibilities within society. So how we, look, if you look at education, at higher education, from the start of higher education, if you look especially in the Western society, this was for the elite, and to access higher education, you had to be of a certain class, right? It has transformed until where we are now in 2022 from when it started, way back in the days. But in transforming, we also need to transform with the population at large and not just the elite that we have. Now, when I talk about education today, I want to talk about higher education, right? Because this is my space, I'm not in basic education. Now, the goals and expectations of higher education is to create knowledge and transfer knowledge, right? So we create this knowledge through research and we transfer it through teaching and learning. So that's what we do in higher education. But this role only speaks to a specific elite sector of our population. So when we create and transfer, we're talking about people who actually have access to higher education. And therefore, the larger, especially if you talk about South Africa, then the larger masses get left behind, of which another role that higher education should have and has been having in other countries is that it also acts as an enabler to transform or to help society at large, the general population and students, to adapt to the ever-changing world that we have, right? If you look at the revolutions in tech, which is my space, how do we transform from the first industrial to the second, to the third, to the fourth? And how do we make sure that everyone in society transforms with us and that no one is left behind? And this should be the role of higher education. And then I'm going to be speaking about how we at UJ are doing it and how we're working with the State Provincial Government to do that, to make sure that no man is left behind. So basically then the question is, how do we make sure that people understand that sport is not going to take their jobs, right? How do we make sure that people understand that sport is not going to go around shooting you guys if you give sport a gun? So what is our role in the fourth industrial revolution? So for a long time, universities have been we've always had this great wall of China. So what happens in universities stays in universities. So like I say, I write algorithms for Sesotho tone and sound systems. I write papers, I talk to my other professors at conferences, we have wine, and then we call it a day, right? But the average Sesotho speaker doesn't know what I do and has no impact of it. So how do we make sure that we translate what I do, bearing in mind that actually higher education in South Africa is funded by public money. So we do have a duty to actually serve the people who are actually paying us. So how do we ensure that, right? Now, we always see again that, UCT comes number 1 at a certain ranking and versus number 2 and versus number 3. Those rankings, however, do not tell us. It tells us that Mpo published 20 papers and they were highly cited by me and my peers. But it doesn't tell us about the social impact that this research has. It means that the elite scholars are saying Mpo is great at what she does and Mpo is getting promotions. But what about the society that I'm embedded in? What does it mean for you guys? Now, we have what we call the Times Higher Education ranking system. So this is the only ranking system that actually ranks outside of research and teaching and learning, but also in how we are in community outreach and impact for our communities, right? And I'm going to talk about this. So this is the only ranking that looks at how academics and universities are fully embedded and actually serve the communities within which they are. That is the Times Higher ranking. And in that, UJ came number 1 in South Africa. And we're going to talk about why we came number 1. So the vision of UJ we have a very clear vision, right? We want to be we are the godfathers of FIR, of the fourth industrial revolution. We don't have a competition in that. And to become the godfathers, we had a strategy. Right? The strategy is that all hands on deck on this, on the fourth industrial revolution. So no one gets left, no faculty gets left behind. Philosophy doesn't get left behind. Science doesn't get left behind. Medicine doesn't get left behind. In terms of our teaching, our learning, and our community outreach projects, and the impact that we have within the society. Right? And then for this, we developed institutes that actually go towards this vision. So this is a 2030 vision that we have. Now then times came and saw that actually with UJ all hands on deck on the fourth industrial revolution, we then said, how do we measure what we're doing actually speaks to communities? So we have what we call the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. And these goals tell us to alleviate poverty in 2035, this is what needs to be done, right? To make sure that there's jobs in society, this was what needs to be done. So what we at UJ becoming number 1 is that we actually publish in areas that matter for society. So we do science for humanity. We don't do blue sky, just blue sky research that sits there. And this is how we came number 1. So for poverty, we are number 3 in the world. In terms of our publications and impact that we have on society. For work, we are number, I think, 8, and so on and so forth, as you can see on the slides. So this is how we have managed to actually have an impact on our society. And going forth, I will, I think slide 5, we will talk about what actually are these community projects that we're talking about and how no one is left behind in the Gauteng province based on our partnership with our government. So I will talk about that at a later slide. Now, for in South Africa, this has been a buzzword that has been around, it's coming around. We moved from the data analytics buzzword to now machine learning, and now we have fourth industrial revolution, and everyone is on pins and needles because South Africa truly doesn't produce a lot of skilled labor, where the rise of the machines should replace people's jobs, right? But there's no way that South Africa can ignore the fourth industrial revolution because we are part of the global world. And to be fair and honest, a lot of sectors are ready for this revolution and have started implementing certain parts of this revolution, mining, manufacturing, and so on and so forth. Hospitality, some aspects. So we cannot shy away from the fact that we are in this world and this is happening. Right. And therefore, I think we talked, the Presidential Commission on 4IR has been talked about by the minister yesterday. Mr. Pilas Chole talked about this morning. And this is where our government sat down and said, the world is changing, 4IR is here. So what does this mean for South Africa? And this is how the Presidential 4IR Commission came in order to give us some leadership on how to navigate this ever-changing world in the fourth industrial revolution, right? And again, in order for the fourth industrial revolution to come into play, we have what we call artificial intelligence. And this is basically making these computers as intelligent as humans, right? So in terms of how do we make sure that we can replicate how our brains work and how they talk, like I say, how do we make sure that they speak Sesotho like I speak Sesotho, bearing in mind that I'm Soweto. And the whole world, this is where the whole world is at. So we're all running towards making sure that we have some form of conscious and unconscious artificial intelligence in terms of our computer systems. And it is for this reason that a lot of governments are establishing these commissions. A lot of government have already even started establishing what we call national artificial intelligence hubs and developing artificial intelligence strategies. In Africa, we know that Rwanda has run with this. So Rwanda is a bit more advanced than us. But we are on their neck, so we as South Africa are also gonna come into fold in there. So at UJ, like I said, wanting to be the godfathers of AI in South Africa and Africa, one of the things that UJ did was to establish an institute that is only focusing on AI. So AI, when I say AI, I mean artificial intelligence, AI in its entirety. So AI in terms of the philosophy of artificial intelligence, so making sure that we have ethical robots, right? We saw this ethics when we're talking computer vision, where some of the system cannot recognize black faces because of the data that was trained on them. No black faces were trained on those models. Now you can imagine if I were to train Spot to shoot, and the only data I give Spot is black people, so Spot is just gonna be shooting black people. So this is important with these robots, right? Because what we give them is what we get out. So we need philosophers and people in the humanities to kind of stop us computer scientists to say, no, you need to think about this philosophical patterns, we need to think about this ethics, and this is why we cannot leave the humanities behind. Humanities know human behavior, and if you're gonna mimic human behavior, you need to understand human behavior to start with. So humanities needs to come into the fold. So the institute has people from the humanities. We have professors from the humanities. We have engineers, right? Engineers are the ones that have components that bring circuits together and mechanics of it. So we have them coming into a place. We have computational linguists, which is me, where I make robots speak, that coming into place. We have professors from medicine. So we have everyone from across faculties making this institute up. And how we work is that we work on academic research, so this is strategic research. We also do teaching and learning, but most importantly, we do what we call enterprise development. So this is where we partner with private entities, right? To make sure that we don't lose that public partnership within the entity, within our material that we develop, and also we make a little bit of money out of that enterprise development. Now then, having established this, when UJ said we're going to be the godfathers, we now have this institute that are the godfathers of artificial intelligence. So how is the IIS transforming society? So what we are currently doing is that we have a project with the Gauteng Provincial Government that actually under the, so I don't know if I try to see Free State. So in Gauteng, we have the eGov department that actually drives the ICT strategy of our provincial government. I don't know if Free State has it. So UJ through IIS has partnered with eGov. So you have the godfathers of AI and a government department that's mandated to facilitate ICT coming together to make sure that we work for society. And what we're doing here is that, first of all, we do for our skills development. Now, to do this, we don't do for our skills development for UJ students, right? This is for all unemployed youths within Gauteng, so Gauteng residents with our youth, and also young professionals, so people who want to upskill. So what is running now is basically a data science course that is happening, so where they learn a course by UJ professors and other professors outside of UJ on artificial intelligence, tools for data analytics, and so on and so forth. So this is a service that's available to the residents of Gauteng. This is one thing. Number two, we want to be able to transform townships. And to do this is to actually do, transform the township economy, and this is through entrepreneurship. So we have another aspect of this project that does digital innovation and entrepreneurship, where we get across the whole of the province, ICT entrepreneurs to come in and be part of our Johannesburg Business School program. So JBS is quite well known in the country and the continent in terms of our entrepreneurship school. And they come in and they actually get skills and development and workshops that are running. And these are all set programs, right? And there's a partnership between UJ and the Gauteng Provincial Government. We also are now establishing ICT hubs. So ICT hubs is where people come and plug and play, and knowledge, information, and sharing happens in there. So that is also happening. Another thing is that our eGov department is in charge of e-government services, so digital services. So we have managed to get unemployed youth also to become our digital e-government services ambassadors. So they come in, they get trained by UJ, and then they go out there and vuvuzela what services the Gauteng government has that are actually digital. So in Gauteng, we don't have to go to the GDE for us to print out your matric certificate if you lost it, or to update certain information. We have innovation hubs, you don't have to go in person to apply. So all the skills have been digitized, but the ambassadors are making sure that people know about them. So this is how we have partnered. Now, this is for the population at large. Now, we always forget what we call TVETs, so colleges. There's also this divide that we have between formal universities and colleges. Now, what this project also has done is to bring colleges within the Gauteng provinces and the university to make sure that, again, no man is left behind. So to do all this, we have now partnered with the government-owned colleges within the province to say, okay, this is UJ implementing, and for us to access the community and the population, because you are actually have campuses within our townships. You can reach a higher mass than us. Then we're gonna use the colleges as our hubs. So these are the stations that people physically go to access all the services and be part of the program. And this is basically how 4IR and universities can work within society. So, and also it drives also this, drives away the notion that 4IR is sport coming here and dancing, right? It's nice to have these robots, but people need to know how this works. So without digital skills, it's useless for us to invest in the infrastructure to begin with. So we need to start with skills development and then build on from that, especially for the general population and not just the elite university students. And colleagues, that is all for my side. I think that's a Swana. But yes, thank you so much for lending me your ear.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think they want to ask questions. They want to comment. Briefly, so. Yes. Can we use the mic, please?
Gauteng portal, okay. You're right. So the portal has been around for a while, but then, eGov realized that people are not utilizing that. I mean, that's why we have e-service ambassadors to tell people about the gauteng.gov.za portal, where you can access a bouquet of services that are available to Gauteng residents. Yeah. It's on gauteng.gov.za. Yeah. If you want to be part of the program, then you go to the TVETs. Yeah.
Super. Another question? Yes.
Evolving. So my question is the fact that, since the internet is a very decentralized network, and right now we have emerged into Web 2.0. So what are the views with 4IR integration with the new network that we are now sliding into? Because we have seen the emergence from IP volume 4 to 6, and now we are with Web 2.0. Do you think it's going to be very difficult for people to integrate 4IR into the new system that we're working in terms of the internet, of course? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not an expert in web technologies, so then I don't know, and I'm not also an expert in information systems and technology adoption. But I will tell you as a scientist that the reason people shy away from technology is because of technology gets developed without their consent, right? So if you ask people what they want, they will tell you what they want, and then you do it. If you develop a technology without asking people what they want, they won't touch it. Yeah. So technology, necessity drives technology. Technology doesn't drive necessity. Yeah.
There is another question here. There is another question. Yes. Can we take the question in this table? Yes.
Thank you for the presentation, and well done on the strategy that you are driving as an institution. I've noted in terms of partnerships that the institution have. What relations do you have with the SETAs, especially the MICT SETA, that is also involved in driving the 4IR?
In terms of, UJ as a...
Yes, UJ as an institution.
Yeah, UJ as an institution has a lot of, we do have inroads with public and private sector, and governing body like MIC SETA, CEDA, CETA. In terms of the IIS, for instance, we also partner with universities again. So CUT is one of the partners of us, the IIS, and under which is UJ, where we work under 4IR together. We do have certain projects that are funded by those government entities also. Yeah. We have, for instance, our institute houses the Nedbank Research Chair. So that research chair is actually funded by Nedbank. We have other research chairs that are funded by other corporates also. Yeah. So in terms of public and private partnerships, we do have a lot of that.
Thank you, Prof.
Done.
Can we give Prof a round of applause? Thank you. I'm sure, Prof, they can engage you after this discussion, of course. Yes. You are free to engage Prof after this session. Next speaker, Mr. Tumi Leshaba. Over to you, Tumi. Can you welcome Tumi?
just open the PowerPoint, right? This is. I just want to move to next slide. Okay. So if I go back to the previous slide. So let's test it. It's really an honor to be standing here in front of you guys this morning to come and tell you our story. I stand here representing a young tech startup from rural Free State in a town called Frankfurt. So thank you. Our topic for today is winds of change, destructive innovation out of necessity. The reason why we chose this topic is because for us at NCC, 4IR is a reality, it's not a concept. We are living and we are living with it, and I'm here to demonstrate this to you. Just a brief CV. Spent 10 years in financial services. Started my career with First Rand and until I ended up in the Western Cape with Capitec. Late 2019, I decided to leave corporate to pursue entrepreneurial goals. In terms of education, I started at UJ. Then I did a bit of distance learning with UNISA, currently pursuing MPhil in development finance with the University of Stellenbosch Business School. As I mentioned, I'm representing Next Curve Creations. Our motto at Next Curve Creations is that true innovation happens when a company jumps into the next curve. That's a fancy way of we need to be radical in terms of our thinking. At NCC, currently, the pertinent problems that we are dealing with are as follows. Within the underserved communities, by underserved communities, I mean townships, we are looking at the challenge of high food prices. At the same time, high transport costs, because as you will notice, like petrol prices have been going up, and we are experiencing low levels of income within these underserved communities. Again, another key stakeholder is SMMEs that are operating within the very same underserved communities. And what we have witnessed is that these SMMEs are experiencing high input costs. Most of these businesses don't have logistics capabilities to go and source their inputs. And thus, that results in a lot of business failures. For food manufacturers, what we are looking at is that they are faced with the challenge of high order collection costs. What do I mean by that is that if I'm a big food manufacturer, I do not necessarily have the time to fulfill orders that are coming through from 1,000 small retailers. I'd rather focus on one big wholesaler like a Macro, who I know that they will come once and buy in significantly large quantities. What we are also solving for, as far as food manufacturers, is that last mile delivery challenge, and also the limited access to last mile data. As far as the size of the challenge that we are facing, that we have now turned into an opportunity, if you look at SA, 50% plus of the population lives in townships. According to known records, townships contribute about 6% to GDP, which I believe that figure is low because most of the township-based economy is largely undetected. As far as the value of the informal retail is estimated at $9.8 billion US, and then 17% total employment is what the township economy is currently absorbing which we believe can be more, because if you look at our workforce, largely resides in townships. At the same time, while this is happening, we've got 90% access to electricity. I know there's load shedding. However, there's also 90% access to mobile phones, because what we are seeing now is that mobile phones are becoming cheaper every year. And then as far as the informal market, as a percentage of the total FMCG market, which is the food manufacturers, it's standing at 30%, which also I believe can be more. So the current channel to the township market looks as this way. Currently, you have big manufacturers. From big manufacturers, you have primary buyers. These are your large-scale wholesalers, your Boxers, Macros, and them. At the same time, lower down the level, you have regional wholesalers, where in places like Frankfurt, where we don't have a Macro or a Boxer, you have what we call regional wholesalers. And then small businesses, which we refer to as MMEs, and at the last block, we have the consumers. Each block that you see there, up until, except for the end consumer, represents a business that needs to make profit. So when food moves from the top block down to the consumer, each step, there's a cost that gets added to that product. So what is our value proposition? Starting from food manufacturers going down to the communities. We're saying to the food manufacturers, we are solving for your order aggregation. Basically, manufacturers don't have to individually visit micro retailers to fulfill on orders. We take that responsibility. We solve for their last mile delivery challenges, and we provide them with a digital channel to markets. I don't have to elaborate what benefits come with a digital channel. So micro retailers that are operating within these underserved communities, we are lowering their input costs because we are connecting these businesses directly with manufacturers. We are providing logistics services because they do not have those capabilities. And through mobile technology, we are offering automation. All these solutions, what they result is, for the communities, we are solving for hunger. This results in zero hunger, no poverty, and decent work. These achievements are linked to the UN Sustainable Goals. So how do we do all of this? Our business model is a B2B model. We work as an aggregator. So you may be wondering, what's an aggregator? I showed you a typical channel to markets as far as the township economy is concerned. So an aggregator works like this. If you download our application today on Google Play, which is called Stock-E, you can place an order for cooking oil. On our platform, cooking oil currently sells for a 2-liter bottle, sells for 57.99 Rand. If you go to Pick n Pay today, you get cooking oil, the same 2-liter bottle, for $100. So what we're saying, we are saving their small retailers up to 40% on their cost, on the input cost. So again, how does it work? Micro retailers or any businesses that has potential to buy in bulk downloads our app, browse through our online store, place orders. At the back of the system, we aggregate all of these orders. What then happens is that we are able to meet minimum order requirements from food manufacturers. Because typically, if I'm a street vendor operating in Frankfurt, I do not have capability to speak to a manufacturer because I don't have the buying power. So what we're doing is that we're harnessing the buying power of the local economy. So what are the enabling technologies that allow us to solve all these problems? Number one is a technology that's often overlooked, which is mobile technology. In this day and age, almost everyone has a phone, and we are always on our phone. There's so much you can do on the phone. Number two is secured e-commerce. In this day and age, you can make payments online, and you are guaranteed, not guaranteed, but you are as safe as the payment provider is. So in South Africa, we don't, although there's fraud, but as far as e-commerce is concerned, companies like Take-A-Lot are doing well, so we are quite secure. And another disruptive technology has been cloud computing. So with cloud computing, as a young company that we are, we can deploy this technology today anywhere in the world. So that's the power of cloud computing. As a business, of course, we have to make money, and how we anticipate to make money is in different time horizons. So basically, from the date we launched, how we've been earning revenue is through ordering fees. So what it means is, I mentioned that if you go on Stock E today, you will purchase 2-liter cooking oil for 57.99. On that price, there's ordering fees marked on that price. So you may be wondering, why is it still low? Because we source directly from the manufacturers, and we are not in the business of merchandising. We are in the business of digitizing value chains. We can afford to be aggressive on our margins, and we don't hold any stock. So basically, when you order today, the goods are not sitting somewhere in a shelf, from the production line to the people. As the platform grows, we anticipate to unlock other revenue sources, which is advertising. There's a huge opportunity for data analytics services because of the traffic that we'll be generating through our platform. Not only data analytics, there's an opportunity to build APIs. With APIs, we're now looking at saving other stakeholders like government, academic institutions that require information if you're looking to do research on township economy. And also there's an opportunity to build a robust credit model. We are already seeing this in Asia, where young fintechs are using alternative credit data to build robust credit models. In the SMME space, there is a huge credit gap because of the perceived risk. This risk is because, like I mentioned, the township economy at this stage remains largely undetected. So with technologies like this, we again providing light to that undetected economy. What's the state of the market? A month ago, Amazon announced that they'll be entering into SA. So what it means for us is that the country is in a position, or the country has adequate resources to build a thriving online business, despite our load shedding challenges. Our key partners to date, some of the companies are well known, VKB, BKB. What's interesting about Atlanta Sugar is the plant is in Swaziland. So we're sourcing directly from Swaziland, again, to Frankfurt, to a guy on the street. I started my talk by saying at NCC, 4IR is not a concept, it's not a myth. Yeah, it's a hard today. We are all about empowerment, and what we mean by empowerment is money in the pockets of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Tumi. Wonderful presentation. Can we give Tumi a round of applause? Thank you. Question, comments?
Thank you. Great presentation. I noted during the presentation that you are using a .com domain. As part of our intervention in the great work, because we've realized that especially from people who have commercial activity going on, it's quite important that we help to secure that, firstly from a proudly South African perspective, but more importantly, to help you secure your online presence. So Zadna would like to meet up with you and offer you a South African domain name.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. This is indeed brilliant. And at least you have given us hope that you don't just go to university and study these things. I think the young people now are implementing, this will bring a very huge change in our country. And thank you very much for that. I just wanted to ask a question, because especially on these B2B platforms, how do you handle the issues of payments, from the one who's ordering up to the contractor, up to the manufacturer? How do you manage that, and what are the challenges, and what role do you want to see, what kind of support do you want to see from government? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that question. I mentioned part of the enabling technologies that allow us to solve some of these challenges is secured e-commerce technology. So as far as our platform allows for card payments, so how we do that is because we were able to bring in a third party which specializes in payment gateway. So we are quite confident that our payment systems is as secure as the third party that we have brought in. As far as reputation of the third party is owned by Blue Label, which is a JSE listed organization. So reputation-wise, we are okay. The challenges that we are experiencing today is that most of the township business are cash-based. So what we are faced now is we need to be handling a lot of cash, which comes with a lot of risks. That's the biggest challenge. As far as the assistance that we would love from the government is this. We have achieved so much with zero external funding. It has not been an easy journey. It's difficult. To procure skills to build a solid software is expensive. So we would really appreciate financial assistance. This is why am I saying this? We are ready to scale this solution. Why am I saying this? Next week, I have orders that I need to fulfill for cooking oil in Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, and Free State. We have already we're getting interest from other provinces as well. Now the challenge is order backlog. Another interesting fact is that we have interest from Botswana, which demonstrates the scalability of the solution.
Okay, Prof. Comment from Prof.
Thank you, Ayanda. This actually kind of also speaks to the fact that universities do produce entrepreneurs, but what we do with them, our alumni gets left on the ledge. So what you just presented, in 2012, a young computer scientist came up with what we call a virtual buying cooperative, which is basically what I'm looking at. And that scientist decided to use mathematics to model all of this. And after 2014, that scientist had no interest to take it to market. I'm happy today, that scientist is me, by the way, so I came up with this. I'm happy today to see that you took science and transformed it into tech and tech that wealth for SMMEs. So thank you so much for taking this further. And yeah, hopefully you get incubated soon.
Thank you, Tumi, for creativity and skills, We are well resourced really with Tumi. Can we give Tumi a round of applause, please? We are going to the next presenter. Ayanda, you introduce yourself. You can use that one. Okay.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Firstly, I must acknowledge the Honorable MEC and, of course, all the other dignitaries, all protocol observed. My name is Ayanda Ndinise. I am from SoftStart Business and Technology Incubator. I'm not alone here, I'm with my colleagues. I've prepared a very brief presentation. So in terms of SoftStart Business and Technology Incubator, we are a business incubator that is based in Midrand, supporting small, medium enterprises in the ICT sector. We support them across the country. But today I'm going to specifically talk about the Botshabelo Digital Hub. So SoftStart BTI firstly was founded by the Small Enterprise Development Agency, the CSIR, University of Pretoria, and Tshwane University of Technology. So they founded the incubator in 2006 with the aim to ensure that we assist innovators to be competitive, especially the ones that are previously disadvantaged. So our aim really is to say, how do we assist our innovators to take ideas into reality? So in short, that's basically what we do. Let me also go back to this first slide to say that as an incubator, we are also a member of various organizations, both in Africa as well as in other parts of the globe. Firstly, we are a member of the Sub-Tier Network. Sub-Tier is an association of incubators across the SADC region. We are also a member of the AfriLabs network. The AfriLabs network is an association of incubators, co-working spaces, and hubs across the African continent. So from more than 52 countries, there are more than 330 of these incubators. So we are part of that community. So every year, we meet with our counterparts in the continent to share experiences and to learn from each other. A lot of the time, we are always quick to jump and take a flight to overseas, but there's a lot of good innovation taking place in the continent. So when my colleagues, we share with them that government has got quite a number of support and incentives. So they're always amazed that we've got those kinds of resources. So we are a member of that network. We're also a member of the Africa-Europe Innovation Partnership, which is really a platform by the European Commission as well as the African Union with the aim to connect the African as well as the European innovation ecosystem. So our aim really is to support innovators, not only to be locally focused, but also to say, how do we scale up and become competitive? And I'm really quite very much excited and impressed with my colleague who just presented. Definitely, I think from our side as a Botshabelo Digital Hub, we'll definitely have a discussion with him in terms of seeing how we can basically assist in as far as also scaling up, not only in South Africa, but also in terms of in terms of the continent, in terms of the good work that they are doing. So in terms of Botshabelo Digital Hub, apologies, I don't know why it's not showing properly there. But in terms of the Botshabelo Digital Hub, in terms of the background, how it became to be, the Small Enterprise Development Agency, SEDA, issued a call in 2019 inviting partners to establish digital hubs in 4 provinces. They initially said 6 provinces, but they later on said 4 provinces in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest, as well as the Free State. So already in 2019 in Midrand, we had a lot of innovators that came from the Free State. So when we saw the opportunity, we immediately engaged with our metro here to say we are keen in terms of applying for this opportunity because we would like to obviously expand our footprint as an incubator. So we engaged with the metro. They were quite happy to collaborate with us. So we crafted a proposal. We then onboarded the DTIC, the Free State Development Corporation, the province through the STEA, as part of the partners in terms of the initiative. So we worked from 2019 until where we are in as far as delivering the Botshabelo Digital Hub. So effectively, we did get approved to deliver the Botshabelo Digital Hub. So effectively, what the key focus is really to assist, society in terms of its challenges, whereby we are really focusing on innovators that are there to create technologies that will deal with socio-economic challenges, both in the public as well as in the private sector. So effectively, that's basically our key focus. Further, we are also a connector of the ecosystem. I think colleagues many a times have indicated that a lot of the times, for example, students who are doing computer sciences, information systems, they usually undertake their projects to submit for marks. I can talk from experience. When I did my computer sciences, I never really got to be advised that my project, I can actually commercialize it. So effectively, as an incubator, as a hub, we are here to really support and facilitate in terms of making sure that, aspiring innovators and the potential that we get from the academia in terms of students, how do we assist them to ensure that they pursue their innovation towards commercializing it. And further, obviously, as a hub, we are a connector in terms of creating new innovation for the public sector, for the private sector, as well as civil society. So we see ourselves as a hub, as a connector in terms of the innovation ecosystem. Now, in terms of the facility, we are currently located in Botshabelo Industrial Park, in Botshabelo. This was the factory when we got an approval from SEDA. This was the factory that we then received from the provincial government through the FDC as a partner. Of course, you can see the factory was quite, had a lot of challenges. We then had to make sure that the interior there, we break it down to make sure it's an open hall. As you can see, that is basically in the middle of the industrial park. The reason why is there is very much strategically located because what we want to bring out of the digital hub is black industrialists, whereby we've got innovators that are able to develop new innovations within the digital hub, but also expand as well as also and be able to be owners of big companies who are operating not only in the industrial park but also in other countries as well. So this is how the facility looks like to date. So there's been quite a lot of work that has been done by the various partners. So some of the support provided was from the DTIC through the revitalization program, because they've got a program to revitalize the industrial parks. So effectively the exterior, in as far as the work is concerned, in terms of making sure that the water, electricity is being revived, so the DTIC played a very huge role in terms of that. Hub programs, we run business incubation programs. We effectively can hold an aspiring innovator from idea towards commercialization. So how we do that, we provide your business development support in terms of compliance, coaching, mentorship, but also critically we link them with facilities in as far as making sure that they get access to all the necessary facilities. But beyond that, also as a hub, we run 4R initiatives in terms of coding, gaming, robotics, and various activities. But what we've obviously identified is the fact that we cannot find readily available innovators who are keen or already able to play in the space. But key is to say how to work the ground in terms of facilitating digital skills in the community. So we also run a lot of boot camps, hackathons, to ensure that we gear our communities to also be role players in the space. So in terms of the program, as I indicated, we run a 3-year business incubation program. It stems from an idea. Someone has got an idea. All effectively they need to do is either visit us at our facility, or alternatively, they can just pitch their idea on their phone and record themselves for 2 minutes, and then submit it. And then our team will receive it, and then obviously we'll take it from there in terms of processing that idea. And then from there, we put you to a 3 to 6 months pre-incubation phase. And then from there, we then, there are various milestones that one has to achieve in terms of the pre-incubation phase. When we are happy with you, we then put you to a launch phase. And then in the launch phase, there are various milestones up until as a company you graduate. This is just some of the pictures in terms of the facility. The facility has got high-spec technologies. This is just a gallery in terms of the inside. I would really welcome, or rather encourage colleagues who have not been to the facility to please make time. These are some of the activation campaigns that we run, because we obviously need to make sure that our communities are aware in terms of the hub and also the opportunities and programs that are implemented by the hub. So those are some of the activations, campaigns that we've undertaken in communities and boot camps. And of course, in the process, we've managed to train and capacitate community members in terms of end-user computing, coding. So there's quite a number of activities and boot camps that we've facilitated. But also the facility is quite an important facility to also host quite a number of events, even though we are ICT-based incubator, but there are various other programs that we host within the facility. These are just some of the pictures in terms of projects that are done by our companies. So as part of them being capacitated, we focus on pitching. Just, I think this is my second last slide. We've got quite a number of plans. So as you can see in terms of basically the milestones that we've achieved. So from 2019, from the issuing of the RFP in July, we got an approval in November. So already we had to do activations in terms of the area, and also we trained 200 community members on gaming and web development during that period. And then in 2020, we had to refurbish the factory, as you saw. Obviously, given COVID, it took us 2020 and the first half of 2021. We then appointed a team, and I must say that then 2022, earlier this year, The minister launched our hub in April 2022, and I must say that to date, from the launch, we've got about 2,100 walk-ins in terms of the footprint, people coming to the hub. So you can actually see that there's quite a number of people keen to really participate in our programs. Currently, we're incubating 30 companies that are part of our incubation program. And of course, we've got some of them focusing on various activities, e-health, security, gaming, and so on and so forth. 130 people are already trained on coding and end-user computing. And part of our role is obviously to empower young people in terms of making sure that they are geared into the space. We are currently hosting 30 interns. Some of them are part of our exhibition stand. And in fact, by the end of July, we will be having 30 more interns in our hub. We've got lastly, we've got very exciting projects or programs in the pipeline. We're looking to roll out District 4R programs, whereby we seek to work with district municipalities, whereby we're able to basically profile each district aligned with each sector potential, because each district has got its own potential. So how do you make sure that we profile it and basically infuse innovation in terms of the various districts, and obviously work with the various partners in line with the DDM model. So already we've written to all the districts, 5 districts in the Free State, and also one of the key things that we are really wanting to get it prominently is gaming. Gaming is a huge sector, so as a hub we are quite playing prominently in that, and of course we'd like to partner with some of the media partners in terms of establishing your Free State TV. I do understand that there are some platforms that are available, but we want to partner and see how we can basically scale that up. And of course, one of our key targets for this year, leading to next year, is to at least, from the group of innovators that we have, is to have at least one black industrialist next year that will be located in our facility next door in terms of the industrial park. And of course, some of the programs is to run e-waste in terms of the computers that government is not utilizing. So already we've written to the powers that be to assist us in terms of donating unused computers so that we can see how we can train young people in terms of what is a computer, how is it structured, how to assemble it, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the programs that we are really looking to work on. Lastly, CEDA again issued another call to establish a digital hub, and already we've applied. Now we've applied for Fezile Dabi district under the local municipality of Mokaka, that is around Kroonstad, yes. So for colleagues who would like to get hold of us, we do have a stand. Please do liaise with our colleagues. We are currently located at 9 Pink Industrial Park in Butsabelo, but you may call us or WhatsApp us. But for more information, please do not hesitate to contact us. We are really, really excited and looking forward to work with all the other key stakeholders and all the innovators that we're presenting today and also yesterday. They must please come and see how we can assist them. Program Director, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ayanda. Any comments? Question? 1, 2, 3, none? Oh, okay. Okay, Chair.
Hi, thank you. Do you foresee your digital hub to be sustainable? Will you be getting like a royalty income out of your projects in the 5-10 years from now?
Yeah, you can respond.
All right, thank you so much. That's a very good question. Yes, indeed. In the next 3 to 5 years, we are obviously expecting government to support the hub itself, because it has to really make sure that it's able to, solidify itself into the innovation ecosystem, but obviously long term, the hub itself should be sustainable. And how we seek to do that, there are various interventions that we're looking at in terms of obviously looking at equity in as far as SMMEs that are growing through the value chain of the hub. Secondly, the facility that you saw, we also host quite a number of events, activities. That's part of what we are looking at. And thirdly, we've currently applied for accreditation. There are various 4R-related programs that we seek to roll out as a hub. So as part of us generating income, we are looking at that. But also, there are various partners that we're looking at in terms of implementing your ESD, ED programs. Already we are doing the same in Midrand, for example. So in terms of the hub, this side, those are some of the initiatives that we're trying to effectively implement in as far as sustainability is concerned. But indeed, it's a very good point. Sustainability, in fact, globally, hubs and digital hubs and incubators is always a big challenge. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you for the presentation again. I've been to the hub and it's brilliant in the middle of Botswana. So well done on that to the provincial government and all your stakeholders. I just want to find out, I missed a very important element, and maybe I missed it. I just need you to help us in terms of venture capitalists and angel investors. I mean, your money there is 75,000. I think it's the highest amount that I saw on your presentation in terms of assistance financially or your bouquet. How big can you go? I mean, is that it? 75,000. Do you have VCs that you work with? Do you have angel investors so that you can take on? I mean, I'm making an example now for our brother, the fish oil man, I call him. Would you be able to help him scale up, for example, with the amount of money that you have available as an incubator? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. So in terms of the incubation program, so that was basically a milestone. So the milestone for an incubator to graduate in that financial year is 750,000. So in as far as the hub is concerned, we don't necessarily provide funding. So we don't provide funding, but what we do, we facilitate access to funding. So usually we work with the likes of your technology innovation agencies, the likes of the DTIC through its SPY program, the IDC, NEF, CIFA. So instead of our innovators having to basically go from one door to the next, we really call all these stakeholders to the hub, and then of course they can unpack and share with our innovators the programs, but not only sharing, but also how to access them. So that's basically how we assist them. In terms of venture capitalists, indeed, it's a very important aspect of what we do. That is why through the partnership in terms of the AfriLabs network, they've just launched a program called Catalytic Program, which is really focusing on all the VCs in the continent and beyond to link with hubs. For example, what happens is that if, let's say, a government entity is able to invest into an SMME, because we're a member of the AfriLabs network, through the program, a VC can then match that investment. So those are some of the initiatives that we are really exploring in as far as making sure that not only government funding comes to the play, but also in terms of VCs and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give Ayanda a round of applause, please? Thank you, Ayanda, for the presentation. Can I call the next presenter, Mr. Grotes? Can you welcome Mr. Grotes?
Can somebody help me? Can somebody from IT give me a hand, please? Ah, there we go. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Curtis. I'm a boring economist. I'm not a fascinating engineer or an entrepreneur. What I saw yesterday and today is fascinating about what everybody has been doing. And I'd like to share with you what, as a boring economist, has found to be part of a Free State digital communications and digital sector master plan. I was engaged in 2020, 2021 by Destia to assist Destia to develop a master plan on how to foster digital technologies and communications in the Free State. We were appointed to assist the Free State partly as a COVID-19 pandemic recovery plan, which is 100% the perfect thing to do for every province. Every province has been affected by the COVID pandemic differently, every sector differently, every type of person differently. So every province needs to work out how it is going to respond. And to my knowledge, the Free State is the only province that's done so. So this is a province that's well on its way. What I'd like to share with you is very quickly some of the findings, and like to focus on some of the key findings that the Free State province and its government can address quite quickly. So the phase of a study is the situational analysis, what is on the ground today. Then we engage with stakeholders such as MTN, Vodacom, and other people who use digital technologies in the province from a broad point of view, not from an individual point of view. And then I'm going to share with you an outline of how to develop a plan for master planning for digital and communications technologies. So the situational analysis quite clearly states that ICT and digital is the backbone of today. We've been shown this both yesterday and this morning, and I don't think I need to persuade anybody in this room how important ICT and digital technologies are. Skills, capacity, and policy clarity define the future. We heard about the triple helix yesterday on how important it is to align government, education systems, and the private sector together, and those cogs don't work if the one is missing. National government has its plans, but there were no plans in place for the Free State in terms of digital technologies. This is a key constraint to the Free State province in terms of its growth in the ICT world. And just to give you some background of what is actually happening in the Free State, 7.6% of the Free State has internet access at home. Only 7.6% of the population. Today and yesterday, everybody in the room is a human being who has access. Only 7.6% of the population in the Free State shares that opportunity. Something else that is at a national level, but to give everybody some flavor, we all know what fiber is because we like to stream, we like to download Netflix, we like to watch whatever we can. However, in South Africa, despite the fact that Mauritius has 90% fiber take-up and penetration, we only have 4.6%. So we've got a long way to go. We've been talking about fascinating stuff, but from a broader policy point of view, we've got a lot of work to do still. If we were to look at our import scenario, firstly, ICT exports in this country are only 1% of our total export basket. So we are doing great technological things. We need to do more. More concerning is that our imports are 5.9 times greater than our exports. So there is a massive hippo mouth open between what we export and what we import. And what we're importing is only going to grow with the proliferation of 5G technologies. Communications and digital technology sector, according to Stats SA, contributes 14% share of GDP, whereas in the US and in Europe, it's close to 30 to 40%. We've got a long way to go. In terms of business process outsourcing, we are recognized as the best location in the world. It created 3,000 jobs in 6 months last year, but there's not one call center operating in the Free State. This is a significant opportunity for the Free State to look into. In terms of data centers and cloud computing that we heard just now, there are 53 in South Africa, 5 are being built. There's only 1 in the Free State. Where is the Free State? There are big features for the Free State to ask in terms of where does it want to go. That's what we found on the ground. When we spoke to stakeholders, or in other words, private sector entities who are involved in the digital and communication sector in the Free State, they asked big questions in terms of why is the Free State silent? They don't have any Free State structures or any Free State engagement in terms of what are they going to be doing in this province. Other provinces are pushing ahead. Gauteng has got a fascinating study and program in place. In fact, the Premier's office has a project management team to make sure that digital and communication technologies happen. Every other department reports to the Gauteng Premier's office on this. The same in the Western Cape, and KZN is about to do the same. The reality is there are so many different people involved in ICT, from health to agriculture. How are you going to coordinate what a province does unless it's all in one place? That was part of the finding. There's a high level of interest in providing training opportunities in the Free State, which I believe is a fantastic thing. People want to help and train the people in the Free State in terms of what are the ICT opportunities. That was something that we did not expect to find. We generally don't find people willing to train, in some cases for free. However, in this case we did. So that means there is great appetite to engage with the Free State province to develop ICT technologies. But there was one question. Please coordinate right-of-way approvals. You heard yesterday from the Minister of Communications saying, if our communities trash the base stations of the mobile operators, we're not going to have connectivity. What the Minister didn't say is that it can take up to 6 months, maybe a year, for a mobile operator to get approval to build a base station across all municipalities. What the Minister did not say is that that the mobile operators are having to pay large amounts of money to municipalities just to do an administrative function, just to coordinate activities at local places. We have a challenge here, guys. We can't build connectivity if nobody wants them there. And so again, Free State Province, we need to coordinate rights of way approvals, please. In terms of our finding, we also found that unemployment is high in the Free State, like it is everywhere else. But we also found that there are opportunities. Digitally traded services, BPO services, are an opportunity in the Free State, particularly because Afrikaans is well spoken here. There's a large local market in Afrikaans for call centers. I hope everybody here has heard of Verseker. They are an insurance program that supports predominantly Afrikaans-speaking people. The people in the Western Cape are involved in Afrikaans-speaking call centers. There's nothing wrong with those call centers being stolen by the Free State to bring them here. In some cases, the Free State speaks better, clearer, more grammatically correct Afrikaans than the Western Cape. What's happening? Why is it not here? There's an opportunity. There's also an entrepreneurial market for device repair and replacement. We heard stories of that yesterday from the CUT, but I'd also like to share with you that I learned from the CUT that during the hard lockdown, do you know what happened? Their students couldn't come into the universities, but do you know what they did do? They started fixing people's cell phones. They started fixing people's printers. So the youth at the CUT were like, well, we can't do anything. What can we do? There's an entrepreneurial market to fix everybody's device. It's just not being fostered. What I saw yesterday and today, that it is beginning to be so that's fantastic. And in terms of skills development, we need to leverage off the existing initiatives at the Central University of Technology and the MICT CETA offerings. The MICT CETA is here. Thank you very much. It's great to see you here. The CUT and it has been presenting some fascinating studies today and yesterday, and it's great to see it happening. The one thing I can say is that the universities in the other provinces are doing deep blue sky dreaming way up there. What I saw here today and yesterday, we're doing things on the ground and making the wheels churn. So the Free State is a great place to actually lead the digital economy of South Africa. However, there's a crisis of skills, and this is nationwide. I'd like to share with you a model of what makes an individual have an opportunity in life. The first is they have to have the right skills to get a job. Nobody is going to be hired if that person doesn't have the right skills. Secondly, that person needs to have the soft skills to get that job. If you pitch up at the job interview late, you're unlikely to get it. If you pitch up at the job interview in shoddy clothes without wearing smart clothes, you're unlikely to get it because somebody else will. If you pitch up late or you smoke, for example, these are all soft skills that our kids need to know, that when you pitch up for an opportunity, you need to be almost like your boss, almost like the person that you're going to be interviewed by, so that you create an environment where that person immediately likes you. I don't think we share that sort of information with our kids at school. Work readiness is critical. And then also there's this external challenge. If you are 50 kilometers away from your school, the likelihood of you ever finishing school is not high. These are the challenges that our youth face. If we cannot resolve all of those three circles, our youth are not going to be work ready. And this is a nationwide challenge that needs to be addressed by each province, because each province has the resources and education to deal with this. This is something I'm very passionate about. I hope you can hear that in my voice. I also hope you can hear my concern. And what I'm going to share with you now is the results of this Employment Readiness Index in South Africa. And I'm only focusing on the employability index right now, This index is built up by using the Department of Basic Education matric pass rates as well as Stats SA's employment data. At the moment, at the entry level, when a kid leaves school, only less than 50% of our kids using mathematics as a measure are likely to be able to enter the digital economy. And when I say the word likely, that doesn't mean that they'll get a job. It means that only 50% of them have the basic skills to enter the digital economy. And that is based on maths. You know, when you put maths literacy and mathematics together. If you look at the pass rates of just maths, it drops down to 10%. I'm concerned, guys. You can say my numbers are wrong, but the index tells you something. If we look at advanced entry, which is a university degree, only 38% of those who qualify with a university degree are getting the skills to enter the digital economy. We heard today and yesterday that automation is going to challenge jobs. Yet only 38% of our graduates are going to enter the digital economy. Something else that is very important. Only 25 to 30% of our matriculants go to university. So the actual number of kids who have a chance is 0.38 times 0.25. I'm going to leave you to work that out. All it does is drop. So what have we done to support the Free State here? What we have is a master plan for the Free State that it can do in the next year and a half. It is aligned with the national plan. We have 5 objectives. Existing stakeholders are already interested, and all we need is coordination, commitment, and implementation from all the stakeholders in the Free State. What you can see there, it's not that clear, I do apologize. So on the left-hand side, you have the national objectives of SA Connect, which we heard from the Minister yesterday. There's a focus on physical technology production. We've been given examples of that both today and yesterday with regards to the smart water bottling plant. We have transformative tech applications. We heard about that today. Thank you very much. They also want digital platforms. That's happening. Digitally traded services. The government is pushing hard for digitally traded services in the country. What is the Free State doing? And government data stored in centralized data centers. The Free State has experienced the need for massive volumes of data just in health because of COVID-19 pandemic. Where was that data stored? Did it all end up in Pretoria or in Johannesburg because that's where the data centers are? How's that coordination happening? You heard from the Minister say yesterday that she wants a list of all the schools and all the clinics so that she can get them connected. Where is that data in the Free State? Yes, I'm looking at the government and saying, guys, data matters, get it. So in terms of the Free State dream, we've created a dream that says you need ubiquitous networks everywhere, which means a network, and that moves to a network deployment strategy for the Free State. That is not for the Free State to build a network. That is for the Free State to say, we want connectivity everywhere. Do we need to use government money for this area? Can we clear rights of way in Mangaung? What can we do? Focus on network deployment. An increased employment can be done in bringing call centers to the Free State. I spoke about that just now. Skills development. We've been talking about that both yesterday and today. My only concern with regards to this is that if our basic education system doesn't help us, we're not going to be able to do it big. And we need to get government data to drive smart municipal management. How many centers are in this province, in this city alone, that are owned by the municipality? Is the data being pulled together? Are there sensors? I'll leave that to the CUT to answer if they are involved in any smart municipal systems. And we're going to be hearing, just after this session, a lot about agriculture and IoT, Internet of Things. So I'm not going to say much about that. So I hope I've shared with you very quickly some findings of the master plan. The plan that we have here is that it is implementable with the one key constraint of access to skills. And I'm available after this presentation to discuss this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. One comment? Or you can engage? Yes. Okay, yes. Thank you so much. Yes, your comment?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My comment is, while we are doing all the beautiful things in terms of innovations and technology, the biggest question remains: how many of our inventions, new inventions, have patents? Because if we don't have patents, I'm telling you, the more we have SMMEs, businesses coming up, give them less than 10 years, they are nowhere to be found because we are not protecting our new inventions. Look at the world patents map. South Africa is nowhere, just a little tiny little dots in terms of patents. And patents, ladies and gentlemen, will improve the economy of a country. Actually, when you look at the world map, down there, in the whole continent of Africa, no patents at all. The only little dots that are there in terms of patents is in South Africa, the whole continent of Africa. So I think we need to look at that while we are doing all these beautiful things, skills development, research, universities, Prof. Raburufi, this is very, very important. We need to start registering our intellectual property to bring more money. Thank you.
Protecting intellectual property is the only thing that's going to keep us going. The DTI and now the DTIC has been working on a reworking of the intellectual property framework in this country for more than 8 years. I don't know what's happening. But just to share with you some interesting facts, you may well know this already. Every development that the CSIR comes up with, they register in the US. They don't register here. And they register in the US because the IP framework is much stronger there, and also because they want to move their technologies outside of South Africa. One of the challenges that we as South Africa have is that our IP framework is not very easily enforced in other parts of the world. But I totally agree with you. Owning your own IP is critical. That I do believe is a national matter, and I'm talking particularly at the moment at the Free State level, but I totally agree with you. Maybe the CUT, somebody from the CUT is here. You may want to comment on that.
Thank you. Can we give Mr. Grotes a round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to give Mr. Reddy 7 minutes strictly, Mr. Reddy. Your presentation must be 7 minutes strictly because we have another commission. After your presentation, I'll give to Ndaten Tombeni for the vote of thanks. Strictly 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Good day all, I greet you in the wonderful name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I know it's not Sunday. I am a Sunday school teacher, however, so I must recognize the highest, the chairman above all of us first, before everyone else. All right. I believe I've been given only 7 minutes. I'm down to 6. I'm not going to take much time. I've been given a directive from my company and my leadership to obviously deliver our focus or our view on the 4.0 generation that we're in right now. But since I've come to the Free State, I have seen nothing but greatness, nothing but potential. I mean, I'm sitting listening to NCC. We are actually under the MTN banner next door. And I believe you guys have seen the youngsters, Moketsi under JP 4IR. It is absolutely amazing what these young guys are doing. And our focus, I represent Africa Utility Solutions. We are aimed for the majority part at assisting government, municipalities to be able to grow, be able to extend and gain access to funding that they are struggling to recover from past historical debts, from damages, infrastructure. This is where we come from. And today I actually, instead of taking questions, I'm going to ask the questions. I'm going to ask NCC, Zadna, and this is no gripe to you at all. Instead of asking you, do you need a subdomain? I'm asking you, what is the figure of money that you need in terms of funding for you to be successful? What is the figure?
To be successful, we need $1 million seed funding.
$1 million? Why so little? Sure, when you get a question like that, you must shoot for the stars. All right, Ayanda, same question to you, sir. What do you need?
So from our side, we need partnerships that are aligned with our vision in terms of growing innovators in the Free State. Thank you.
Okay, so Ayanda is more under the belt. He's not giving me a figure. He just wants partnerships. That's not a problem. My wife also wanted a partnership, you see. So it's fine. I'll hold your hand, sir. No problem. Look, just like Ayanda and Tumi that's here today, there's a lot of SMEs. They're out here, they're looking out for funding. They're reaching out to government. They're pleading to government. My goal is to say that, sorry, and I'm going to go back on a local article that I read from Bloemfontein Courant roughly about 2 years ago. End of August, it was reported that Eskom has a deficit of 31 billion plus that's owed to it. It claims that Free State is liable for 12 point some odd billion of that deficit. What I'm here to do today is to offer Free State municipality to engage with us. We will give you a system to start recovering on those billions owed to you. What we ask is that when we help you achieve and recover this money through our system and our technology, help our Ayandas, help our NCCs, because you will have the funding that we will get to you. Give it back to your guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Because of time, we are not going to make closing comments or remarks, but we have been taking some notes. Just to thank all our presenters and the facilitators. It was a very informative session. It needed more time. Unfortunately, we did not have enough time because also it's Friday. There's another important commission coming of agriculture. We want you to be still in these big numbers so that we don't lose you because of time. But thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our presenters and the facilitators. Thank you very much. We are done with our commission. Agriculture Commission can take over. Thank you.
Agriculture, over to you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Motise. For the Agriculture Commission, I see my speakers are already coming through. Dr. Masiteng, Dr. Masiteng will be facilitating this session with Professor Sidibe. So we need to get going. Let me see if we've got everyone here. Prof. Walabi, he's online. Thank you very much. Professor Walabi is joining us virtually. A presentation by Mr. Naidoo. Mr. Naidoo. Mr. Kagiso Moremi. Mr. Kagiso Moremi, thank you very much. Dr. Kotse, thank you very much. Dr. Kuriakos, he was here earlier on. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Thank you. So you're not joining here, right? Okay, great. Dr. Tabo Date Relebo. Okay. Our facilitators. Looks like our facilitators are not here. Okay, so it's agriculture. We are running really behind schedule. However, I know that we will do our best to ensure that our content, we are able to engage it. We are most likely going to be joined by the colleagues or delegates that were at the other commission, the Health Commission. So let's enjoy this commission, agriculture. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Dumelang. Hoe gaan dit? Goed. Now, I will try to be as economic as I can. Earlier on, I was worried when I was looking at the alphabets. A start first, But in this case, agriculture is the last commission. I was expecting it to be the first. As we are gathered here, we know very well that the annual inflation rate of in South Africa quickened to 7.4%. And yesterday we heard that the repurchase interest rate has raised by 5.5%. These are some of the issues that we have to deal with. And when we look at the sector itself, agriculture, it is expected to do more. And we are in the 4IR. And the 4IR calls for quite a number of changes. Changes in the ways of farming, and also looking at what we produce and the production itself. We have to also familiarize ourselves with technologies ranging from wireless communications, robotics in the sector, the drones, the climate smart technologies, the irrigation technologies, satellites, etc. But most importantly, we have to also look at how to reimagine 4IR as a unique opportunity instead of a problem. And by so saying, I would move on and request Professor Piers Owolabi to give us a presentation on the AI, agriculture, and it's written here, AI, agriculture 5.0. I think we have been told that it will be online. And let me allow him the opportunity to give us his presentation. Prof, over to you.
Can you hear me? Is it possible? Can you hear me, please?
Loud and clear.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I couldn't make it down, and I think I'm very happy to be among you today to do this particular presentation. And I think I will share my screen now, if you don't mind. Can you see my screen as well? Is it visible?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I'm going to talk about the AI agriculture 5.0. And I think my interest and my motivation are based on about two things or three things. The first thing is that we need to know that Africa is very huge in terms of the land mass. We're talking about 30.5 million square kilometer in terms of the African range, in terms of the land mass. In simple terms, you combine the entire US, you combine Europe, and you combine China together on the single land mass that African has. And the question that might be posed to any one of us is that why are we still hungry today? Why can't we produce sufficient food that will take care of us? And also in terms of population, especially our youth, we're saying in 2015, our youth already eat about 1.2 billion in terms of the statistics, and the prediction by 2030, for example, we are going to clock 1.3 billion. The question is, how do you take care of these young people, and sustain them? And you also have to agree with me that Africa is endowed with natural resources. We're talking about 60% of arable land in Africa. Also, 90% of raw materials also reside in Africa. About 40% of gold reserve also reside in Africa, and 33% of diamond also reside in Africa. 95% of platinum also reside in Africa, and we are continent that have the largest manganese, iron, wood, uranium, copper, crude oil, and bauxite, all together. The question is that why do we still remain poor? And the point is that there is one thing that is missing in context of Africa. One of them is just the process part of all our raw materials is a key, which is missing in Africa. I'll give you one very simple direct analysis. Nigerian produced crude oil, for example, and they said one barrel with, per $100, for example. And when they process that particular one barrel, it returned back in $300 equivalent. And now tell me which country we have a profit at the end of the day after you have sold your raw materials, at a cheaper price, and it comes back processed with $300. Obviously, that kind of country will be in debt. The question now is that we should all grab the opportunity that the fourth industrial revolution has brought to our table, not only extending in time of with respect to other area of manufacturing and all those stuff. We should also allow agriculture to take the benefit of this particular fourth industrial revolution and try to adapt it into their area of application. And that is why I have to present the precision agriculture, which is simply the agriculture 5.0. The simple definition that came out from the US when this particular definition was coined, was from the US House of Representatives in 1997. And the way they define that particular precision agriculture is the management concept, and it's actually a kind of the way where you'll be able to optimize the resources and efficiently, get out your productivities and you get profit out of it as well. In other words, you should be able to use the right input, the right time, the right place, the right amount, and the right manner, and this particular concept should be extended to Africa region. There are several revolutions that are already tied up with agriculture as well. Like we have Industrial Revolution 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we do have agricultural 1.0, agriculture 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and now 5.0, where we have access to be able to combine and allowed interaction between the human and the physical machine devices as well to operate. Now, when I say this, what are the driver of agricultural 5.0? We are talking about the labor shift. We are talking about the dynamic trend in agriculture in terms of production, distribution, and consumption as well. We're talking about sustainability of farming and the resource sharing and management. The exponential growth in technology and digital devices, and where we take the advantage of those things and also use them to the advantage of agriculture in total. We are talking about the emerging 4IR and its adoption. When I talk about this, I'm talking about the technology that encompass in case of the emerging technology of 4IR. We're talking about increase in data currency, which is a new oil in a simple definition, which can allow us and also allow us to be able to make a right decision. Now, what are the area in which our research group has been working on, especially in the aspect of agriculture? We are working on several areas, when it comes to 4IR, but I'm going to take the agricultural part of it. And one of our focus is in the area of the applications of drone. One of the things that we have done extensively is that we've developed a kind of a plant disease diagnosis tools, for example. And this is what you see here, which can basically, by using ordinary phone to take a picture on the plant, and that picture will be able to detect what kind of disease that particular plant do have and what kind of chemical you can use to cure that particular disease, which is simply by using the recommended system, to achieve that. The second step we have moved in this particular area is that we are able to embed this particular algorithm on a drone and put them on the camera to do the scanning across the farm. And when we are able to do that, we should be able to now do the clustering of diseases in a very simple farm ecosystem and be able to classify them into different class of diseases. And that is one of the things that we have done. And one of the very good paper that actually where we express ourselves is this particular paper called Intelligent Mobile Plant Disease Diagnostic, system using NestNet, as a very good solution. You will get the details of this particular solution in this particular paper. The other thing that we are already incur now is the area of a spraying drone. And I'm sure you can see one of our spraying drone that I actually present here, and is one of the very big one. If you don't mind, I will just give you a snapshot of it, so that is one of our big giant drone that is meant for spraying, and I'm sure we are working earnestly on these particular applications at the moment, and that is one of the drone that we have now. Basically, it can do a lot of spraying, across a huge amount of acres of land within a few hours, and be able to spray chemical or spray maybe a liquid fertilizer, And the second step we have taken with this now is to carry out a reverse engineering on on this particular drone, where we now want to adapt a lot of South African materials or local materials to be able to rebuild and reconstruct this particular equipment. What we have now is what we call 3D scanner that you see in our lab. The purpose of this particular 3D scanner is to carry out a reverse engineering on some of the equipment that we can be able to use our local material to redesign them. If you look at the cup that we have here, is what we just can within few seconds, and we're able to have a full dimension of that particular cup to be able to produce a reverse engineering of any equipment at all. The other project we're working on is a multispectral project, which you can see from here that when we fly our drone over a very spacious area of farm, we can simply classify that a particular region on that particular land is green or much or have sufficient nutrient to be able to plant either your millie or whatsoever. If you look at this particular region that is green, it shows that that particular land area is very healthy. And we carry out this by using a multispectral sensor, which have a kind of high resolution with a kind of RGB imagery with a serious analysis on it. The other application is also to be able to determine what is the size as your fruit or whatsoever plant that you have or millie, as they begin to mature. You can tell how mature they will be as time progresses. For example, in the 12th week, you can see the size. In 13th week, you can see the size. As you can see the size of the orange, which is a 30 mm in this case. And when you look at this one, it's about 20 mm. What happened there is that it can tell you at the time that you can actually harvest your crop, so that you don't just waste the land or whatsoever. And we apply a kind of a deep learning and computer vision combined with a serious algorithm of machine learning to be able to achieve this with UAV, patrolling there. You can also do a populations of your plant. For example, if you have a millie plant, you can actually make a decision before they actually mature how much you are going to gain in profit at the end of the day before you can actually conclude the harvesting time. And this will actually enhance your decision making and also assist you to properly plan and make a very good budget. The other work we begin to do now is what we call a kind of a forest seed planter, which we call using the UAV, to do that. And it's one of the things that we begin working on this particular area. Then another one is a seed spreader, which also is the applications of the drone that we have. This, our current design, is the one that we call a delivery drone. And you can see the 3 dimensions of our new delivery drone that we are busy building at the moment. And you can see a full sketch of it, which you can see. I hope that you can see that on the screen. The other aspect is the 3D printed poultry equipment. And this is our first 3D printer that we developed. And this is an improved version of it that you can see that we have here, and it's a very wonderful and a big giant printer which we can use to produce a lot of poultry equipment, And the typical example that you can see, this is a 3D printed poultry equipment, and that's a 3D printed poultry equipment as a very good example. Then that's a 3D. The other area we're working on is what we call vision-based farm product quality monitoring system. And a very good one that we designed is this application. And this is a simple setup that we have for that particular application.
Yeah, hello. It becomes a problem when you are presenting on the 4IR and then you can't. So it remains a serious challenge. Prof, are you, he's now out. He's reconnecting. Okay. Dr. Mahwe, I recognize you, our MEC for Education. I know when it comes to technology, you don't compromise at all. And our leaders that are here, I recognize you. We are just waiting for the reconnection, and then he will continue with the presentation. Quite an interesting presentation indeed. As you can see, we are not saying make agriculture fashionable. Agriculture is fashionable in its nature. Agriculture is in. We are not moving towards. Remember, we started when we were dealing with the first industrial revolutions, with the mechanization and so on. We are keeping pace with changes. While waiting, just to remind you that during the first IR, we were more focusing on mechanization of manufacturing, steam power, industrialization, and urbanization. We moved to the second IR, where the focus was more into mass production, widespread adoption of early technology, telegraph, transportation, communication, and assembly lines. The third industrial revolution, that was during the 70s, was more into internet technology, renewable energy, information and communications technology. And now our focus into the fourth industrial revolution, that is today, it's more into robotics, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, digitalization, and automation. And that is why we have received quite an interesting presentations on the drones. And we were looking forward on the 3Ds that he was actually presenting. In the interest of time, let me just check if we can take another presentation. But I will.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, he's back. Okay, thanks. We can hear you, Prof. You can continue.
Yeah, Sorry, apology. ESCOM took electricity, and I have to just ask one colleagues of mine to please connect me. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Very
Yeah,
loud and
yeah.
clear.
Okay, thank you very much. The device that we've developed now is a 3D dimension kind of things that I want to present here. The aim of this particular device is to be able to do using computer vision within this particular region that you see is where we have the vision camera. What it does is that when you send in all the fruit into this particular vision point, is going to detect which one is rotting, which one is mature or ripe. And from there, we'll be able to do three kinds of selection: the ripe, the unripe, and the rotten one. And with this particular device, this particular equipment, we'll be able to do easy sorting out from this. Now, there's a company now in Cape Town who actually have interest in this particular project, and we are working hand in hand with them now to be able to deploy this particular computer vision to sort out their own crops and fruit, by taking out the rotten one and the well-ripe one and the one that they can bag easily. Now, the other area that we are working on is what I call AI IoT project. And the aim here is to have a kind of integrated farm IoT system that will be able to look into the quality management of crops, of monitoring the weather, and also the soil. And this particular holistic system will be a whole package of the application that we're talking about. They will be able to measure the soil nutrient. They will be able to have information. And I was hearing the Free State presenter who was talking about all the sensors within the municipality. The same thing can happen within the ecosystem of the farm. And this is kind of the application we are busy developing in the area of the farming system that will be able to give you a right decision at the right time. A very good example is the IoT greenhouse production and irrigation monitoring system as well. The other project is in the area of animal naming and population sensor system, where we will be able to allow the drone to fly over the farm and be able to count your animal one by one. A typical example is what you see here, where you'll be able to number each of the cow or cattle on the feed, and you should be able, and this particular application will be able to differentiate if it's a goat or cow or sheep, and be able to label every one of those particular animal, and be able to give you the database and give you the record per day. And this is the kind of a system we apply computer vision with a serious machine learning algorithm to carry those things out. The other one is on the area of cow eat detector management system, because the cow eat is a very important for farmer to be able to optimize their productivities with respect to giving back to new ones. If you miss the eat period in the case of the cow, for example, you have to wait for another cycle. In order to be able to be precise with it, we move on with this particular application by developing a kind of a cow eat detector management system. The other one is what we call animal automated chicken and pig management system, where we are able to combine both the hardware or devices or sensors and be able to automate that to manage the entire ecosystem of a poultry system. And we link that with a chicken management system to even inform you when you should give them the right vaccine and when you should administer a certain drug or medicine to them, and also give you a full information about the internal environment of your poultry system. The other area we've achieved very well is that we are able to now virtualize a different switch and relay. I'm going to show you for the first time where we are able to use computer vision to serve as a switching system to manage the entire cycle system, with them by yourself, using the switches and all relay. By using the human getcher or human poacher, you can be able to manage the entire switching system. I will just give you a simple video applications of that so that you can see what we've done in that area. If you look at that, what we are doing now is that we want to switch on the light by using your human finger as a relay, and you can control the amplitude and the size and the intensity of the light using your human your finger to do that without you pressing the switch anymore. You can control the entire farm process system by using the computer vision to achieve this. Let me allow you to see that. If you look at here, you can see that we are able to put on the fan. For example, if you have a poultry system, you can put on the fan, you can put on the light by sitting down right inside your room. Or perhaps if I have a farm, for example, and I'm living in Pretoria, I can have a visual insight to my farm in Durban and be able to control the entire process of the whole farm without me being present in that farm. And that is what this particular project is all about. We are able to engage with the recycled without you being there, touching it physically. That is one of the projects we've done. The other one is what we call zero waste green energy generation. By using the cow waste or by using chicken waste, you are able to produce sufficient energy in a recycled way within your farm without depending on ESCOM. Unfortunately, I cannot apply this particular technology at TUT at the moment. That's why I lost my electricity. But definitely on my farm, all this particular technology will definitely fly very well. Okay, the other project we're busy doing is what we call e-commerce, which is called Ubuntu Basket. We realize that something is missing in the ecosystem of agriculture. We want the farmer to have their own market basket, like a social media platform for them, where they can sell their product and where by using the algorithm of nearest distance algorithm, we can look at where you can get your tomato at the nearest place and you can bid and you can actually negotiate the price as well. The other one is what we call AgroFace. AgroFace is a social network for farmer where they decide to farming system. That is one of the things that we're busy doing. And this core team in this particular project are kind of the IoT embedded system expert. We also have application developer that stay with us. We also have farmer that are working there. We have system integrator and we have a business and system analyst that also work with us. This is my entire team that we are working together on this particular agricultural project, at TUT. Thank you very much. I think, thank you for condoning me to be able to finish up my presentation. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause for the Prof. Prof, thank you very much for the informative presentation indeed. Let me just check if I have hands or any clarity-seeking issues for the Prof before I let him go. 1, 2, number 1, number 2, going once, twice. Thank you. Let's start with number 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. Program director and the professor. I was marked to be number 2.
Yes, no, it's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
I would like to ask the professor, towards the end of his presentation, he mentioned the zero waste energy recovery management. I wanted to understand what kind of sources are there within that particular agricultural enterprise that would then be used as sources of waste in order to create or generate energy for enterprise. Thank you.
Okay, number 1.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. We have all these cool 4IR technologies and all that, and the problem that I see is cost. I mean, for a drone that you just showed there, that agricultural drone, you are looking at something around $500,000. Now, in Free State, our farmers buy Tukulela shame. So, what do you think we can do as a province to get access to this or to provide these things at a lower rate to our farmers and maybe as a country actually, or what plans can we do as a country to make sure that drones are created maybe in the country and they are cheaper so that our farmers can be able to access all these things, because otherwise we'll just be talking about them and we won't have access to them, and only a specific class of farmers will have access to them. Thank you.
Prof, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you still hear me?
Loud
Can you
and
still
clear,
hear me,
Prof.
please?
Loud and clear, Prof.
Okay, the first question that one of my colleagues asked there is about the energy enterprise. One of the things that advantage that we have not really taken properly on our farm is how do we convert our waste to proper value. I'm a poultry farmer, as well as I'm an engineer. What I observe is that my chicken waste alone can actually sustain the entire energy consumption on my farm. Then I embark on a serious analysis and study on how can I develop a kind of a biomass, a biogas system on my farm. And the actual architecture you see on my screen is the actual architecture that is on the farm that you can see that I implemented here. There are two things that came from China, for example, the waste digester and the biogas generator. The biogas generator is the one that's able to allow me to generate my AC load, basically to be able to get that out. But the waste that produce it, which is a biogas, waste, is actually from the farm. And the question is this can actually be upscaled depending on how much waste are you generating. And it is high time for us to optimize the waste that we have on our farm, to use them either for cooking on our farm, or we use them to actually keep our chicken or other animal warm, especially when it is cold. I think we can start very small by you calling someone, maybe in the farm, to dig a certain diameter of certain area for you where you dump all the waste, and from there you can actually get your biogas easily to actually do the cooking. There are few cooking gas that you can get online that can cost you less than $10, that you can actually pipe those particular gas coming from the waste into that particular cooking gas, and you will get almost blue flame from your waste, instead of you just throwing it around and smell all around the farm. That is one question. I hope I've answered that question. However, you can upscale that kind of technology to your advantage. The second question that one of my colleagues asked is that this particular drone, it is true, they're expensive. But if you look at my PowerPoint here, we commence now fully on what we call reverse engineering that we begin with. And if you come here, for example, this is one of the prototypes that we're already busy with. And this is and also this is the second one that also we are working on. And all these particular devices that you see here, they will definitely cut down the cost. And reason being that it's going to be made out of the local materials that are locally produced here. And once you can produce them with local materials, the story is that the cost will be reduced. Another way that this can be available for most of the farmer, especially the medium and the small scale farmer, is that we are now positioning ourselves to be an institution which is being sponsored by MIC CITA anyway. The drone you see here is the money from MIC CITA. However, I'm sure MIC CITA, they are more than happy to make this available for community people. And now we have about 2 pilots now that are already almost finished their program. Hopefully, they will be able to go to our small scale farmers, give them support, fly the drone there, and do most of their work at a very low cost. This will also make them to have the benefit to the latest technology on their farm. I'm sure MIC CITA, this is one of their goal and their objective. And this is what they are driving all around. And we should be able to train a lot of our young farmers who want to take this as a business in this particular area. And that is where we are putting all our effort to make our young people to gain experience, not only in designing or developing, but also to gain experience in piloting all these particular devices. And I'm sure by all these particular medium and ways that I've mentioned now, this particular device should be at a very low cost and should be available to any young or upcoming farmer to use. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Olwabi. Thank you very much for the presentation and the explanation that you gave us. Let's move on to our second speaker, who's going to give us a presentation on the pioneering of smart agriculture through Internet of Things software. That is the IoT. That is Ntate Kagiso Moremi. A re memiseng ka matsoho.
Yeah, okay.
We are pressed with time. We will try to be as brief and to the point as much as we can.
I'm up. I want to, let me do this quickly. There we go. Okay. All right. No, what was the video? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a long day. Everybody's tired, so I'll keep it brief. My name is Kagiso Moremi. I'm from Vodacom, IoT.next. And as we could hear, IoT.next is a buzzword for IR, big data, and all that. But I just want to make an opening remark with regard to what are we talking about? Because I'll make an example. If you have an iPhone 13 Plus, which you bought for 40,000 rands, and you're setting it at perts on the water, there's no connectivity there. So it's useless to have that phone. So 4IR is about data. It's about data penetration, it's about data collection, it's about data utilization. I think that's what we need to understand. So before we can do those things at the end, we need to do the basic thing. We must have connectivity first. As an example, now as the prof was presenting, there was a loss of connectivity. So data didn't come through. So it's important we need to understand that data at the end, it goes with connectivity first. I think for me, just as an opening base. And I guess maybe that's why Vodacom and us has partnered together, because Vodacom are giants in terms of connectivity, and then we are the software developing engineers in the space of IoT. That's it. So yeah, let me just quickly, for the sake of time, I'll play a video. It's about 1 minute, 42 seconds. And then I'll just make I'll explain what does it mean in terms of what I'm going to show you now. I'll just give an example quickly. Okay, and then I have a presentation here, but Prof, I think Moise alluded about IoT, so I don't want to repeat what you said already in terms of how we're going to manage or support agriculture, small agriculture within the space. So I'm going to only talk about this slide. As you can see, the slide, IoT covers a lot of things. And I have this thing here, I need to explain for those who can see me. This thing is called a raptor. And the raptor means what it has, because IoT means it's about creating a platform. You're creating a platform where you can visualize your business, whether it's agriculture, whether it's whatever you visualize. So what this thing does, on the one end, you have what we call legacy stuff. So we connect on the side the legacy sensors, and then on the side we connect it on the digital side. So we digitize it to the cloud. So for us, we create a platform. So let me use an issue in terms of on the farm or in any, like I'll choose, let's say the livestock, for argument's sake. When you have livestock, when we do cattle tracking or we do rhino tracking, so we put tags on them. We put tags on those animals. So you can see the roam, you can see how the age, you can see the weight, we can measure that. And that data is kept, but like I said again, the data must go through. So that's one part in terms of livestock tracking. And another one, I'll use silo. There's a silo management here. If you're doing silos, for example, we're a farm, this is a silo, you need to manage the silo. There's a feed coming, you need to know how much feed is that. So what we do, we plug, whether the raptor or the visual raptor, we plug onto the silo or any other tanks. So we can measure in terms of how far is the silo, in terms of movement of feed within those silos. So those are one of the things we could do. And like I said, it's just pointing a couple of things because of time. Like Dr. said, I wasn't stay too long, so I'm just trying to jump quickly. And then on the electricity, let me quickly touch on the electricity. There we go. On the electricity metering, as you could see that we have a number of transformers. So let's say our farms got those number of transformers there. We have the number of meters, that's 400. So what we do, so we can measure in terms of consumption, because energy is a critical issue right now, where we can measure the consumption from the transformer to the meters, because it's a question of input and output. And you can also, so that we can calculate in terms of which things eat a lot of your electricity. And you can also sort of plan according in terms of how you're going to do this thing. How you're going to control the energy consumption and budgeting as well. And lastly, I want to go to another slide, quickly on this one. Asset management and monitoring. Which is key, is that you cannot manage what you can't measure. So with asset management and monitoring, you need to register those assets first. You need to register them, you need to get them on the register, and then we can track them, and then we can monitor them. But the beauty with IoT.next is that we create a platform. If I just summarize, we create a platform, and this platform could be yours, it could be us. It looks like a disaster recovery, where if something goes wrong, we have that data for you, continuously so. And also, number two with Vodacom is that we can help you with connectivity. It's very important, we help you with connectivity in that regard. And then I will cut it short. Okay. Thank you very much for the time. Is there any questions?
I think let's approach it like this in the interest of time. I will take the presentation. Please note your comments, and you will do it after the presentation, with your permission. And for allowing me to introduce that you are a good participant, give yourselves a round of applause. Let me take Dr. Kotsie to give us a presentation on the pasture management using digital twins. Dr. Kotsie, mophamiseng ka letsoho.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just to clarify, I'm not Dr. Kotze. My name is Junior Lempani. I am pursuing my master's studies in the Central University of Technology in the Department of Electrical, Electronic and Computer Engineering, under the supervision of Dr. Ben Kotze and Dr. Kuriakos. I'm basically pursuing my study in the agriculture field, which is on pasture management using digital twins. As we know that in our Free State province, the farmers that are practically practicing farming systems are basically in sheep farms. So these farmers basically contribute significantly to our province economy by creating jobs and also involved in the wool export markets and also in the production of meat to ensure food security. But basically, these farmers, for them to be able to do all these things, they have challenges that are impacting their businesses negatively. We have a climate change impact that basically impact our sheep farms negatively. This is brought by the unpredicted and extreme temperatures that really affect our farm productions. So most sheep farms in our Free State province, they rely on pastures to feed their animal. That basically they rely on pastures as their primary feed for the animals. And then these pastures depend basically on the climatic conditions that include rainfall and the temperatures. And then basically with the climate change, this will now affect their businesses, which they will affect the pasture crop, which in then affect the animal production or the animal health. It's not so long when you saw in our screens that our farmers were not able to keep the animals alive based on this climate change. But we came with a proposed solution whereby we implement what we call a digital twin technology in our cultivated pastures to enhance the management of the pastures. A digital twin is basically a digital copy of a physical asset or a system that will be implemented to achieve business goals. A digital twin is basically a digital copy of a physical object. Well, in my case, I'm building a digital copy of the pastures, the physical pastures. As you can see, I have the pasture and the sheep there, but I'm building the digital copy of that physical asset. What is basically the importance of digital twins? Digital twins have ability to predict the future. And then these predictive models can help small-scale farmers to come up with decisions in order to prepare for the future so that they can be able to sustain this condition, these climatic conditions. But however, digital twins rely on smart farming concept. Smart farming concept is a new concept, is already been implemented in our farms, which is we manage our farms using modern technologies that include sensors, robotics, internet connection, our locations, where we use the GPSs and satellites. And also this can also be used to perform data analytics. These digital twins collect data, that is data with the sensors collected in our smart farms, and then it processes it to perform the prediction. So we have already implemented this smart farm in our CUT farm. So as you can see, we have what we call a weather station. Weather station we check our weather forecast basically on the temperature, rainfall, UVs, and also we have the camera. That camera will now check the height of the pasture, whether we still have enough pasture to feed our animals. And then this data is automatically taken to the cloud using the internet. And we also have the soil moisture sensor that will basically check whether our soil is conducive for the growth of the pasture. And then why is this smart farm important to our digital twin? Remember we said digital twin is the copy of a physical asset, physical farm. So we are going to take this smart farm as our physical asset, and then we build a digital copy of that. So we collect data on our smart farm, then our digital twin using mathematical algorithms will then convert that data so that it can be able to make predictions for the future. So in our solution, we can make prediction up to 6 months ahead. So the initial results that we have already been successful, we were able to build the predictive model that can predict in the accuracy of plus or minus 1.7 values. So what we did is we took a sample sheep at the farm, and then we monitored its weight and then how they grazed, and then these factors that will affect the crop, which is the temperature, moisture, and soil moisture, and the pasture height. So basically, the predicted values were much closer than to the observed values. So with the completion of this project, remember our goal is just to help farmers to check whether or to determine whether they will have enough feed in the future, and then if not, they should be able to make decisions or any better improvement so that they cannot lose their farms. So this is how the dashboard will basically look like. Our digital twin basically will just be showing our status of the farm, status of the pasture, which will show the temperature, the rainfall, the soil moisture, and then the height of the pasture. Basically, this is divided into 2 sections because we have different systems management in our farms. Like, for example, other farmers decide to practice rotational grazing. That is, if they take the animals to first section, when it's done, they utilize it to the next section, when it's done to the other section. So farmer can be able to just put the date on what he wants to plant, and then it will give the results whether on that specific date will be able to plant, and then give the expected results in the near future. So for example, if the farmer just say, I want to plant in the first week of January 2023, this system must be able to determine that, okay, when you plant in January, your feed will be ready in March, that means in 3 months to come. And then your height will be approximately a certain height. So it means, yes, you have got good climatic conditions that will sustain your animals. And then also if we do have some climatic, let's say we have too much rain that will not be able to allow farmers to plant, it will also show that, okay, in that date which you want to plant, you won't be able to plant because there will be too much rain and then the soil will be too wet, so you can wait maybe 2 or 3 weeks. In my conclusion, climatic is an ongoing effect that will affect our farmers. So with this technology, this will help small-scale farmers to plan ahead in order to make proper decisions so that they cannot lose their farms. It will also improve in their management strategies in a way that they can manage or monitor their farms remotely. And then the stable businesses lead to sustainable economic growth of our country. Therefore, I think our farmers need to be supported so that they can sustain their farms. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Kotsie, for the pasture management using digital twins technology. Let me take Ntate Olifiri to present to us the harnessing of the 4IR to promote sustainable and resilient food security. Oska present ka Sotho he.
Skantie boy, wat lekker Afrikaans. Ek wonder Dr. Masitengwa wat lekker boy ka Afrikaans, wa hanetjie boy soort. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Just before lunch is about the best time to speak. And Kitla Shapa Pera, our practice was one, I should get it in under 12 minutes. 4IR and food security. I'm not a developer of technology. I grow veg. In actual fact, I'm savoring this moment right now. Because when I told my colleagues I'm coming to the university, they thought I was going to come cut lawn. Or I'm going to plant vegetables. And I said, now I'm going to speak. And they don't believe me, so please, if you can take some photos just so we can have proof that I do speak. And I'm speaking to fantastic people, leaders in the industry. Sustainable food security. You know that our ancestors used to eat for free. But for some reason, I'm looking for that law that was passed either by the apartheid regime or the government that says you may not grow your own food. Am I not clubbing? Oh, am I not plugged in? Technology, hey. Are we lighted? Okay, it's now going to be 13 minutes. My presentation, is it coming through? Recharge it, yes. Restart it. Jy gaan sien Simon. Ja nee. Okay. So, you won't believe it. In my experience, and you can see Free Food for Life, my qualifications are WGQBE, and nobody ever asked me what it stands for. It stands for Research with Google and Qualified by Experience. I've been using the 4IR since the second IR. And I want to show you how I do it. I will go to an informal settlement and train people how to grow vegetables using waste material. But Larry, we don't have the knowledge. And I said, but you are fortunate. You are speaking to the cleverest man in the world. And they laugh at me like you laughed at me now. And I said, but I can prove it. I'm going to ask you, name me any country in the world, I'll tell you their population. Honduras. Where did you get that one? Okay, but I can prove to you. I know the population of Honduras. What is the population of Honduras?
In 2020, the population of Honduras was 9,904,608.
And who knows the capital of Honduras? What is the capital of Honduras?
Its capital is Tegucigalpa.
What? Tegucigalpa. Who knew that? So basically I can now tell you who the mayor is, who's the ward councillor, who's the speaker. I can tell you what their climate is, what I can't plant, what I can plant, what's the temperature. So believe it or not, the 4IR has been with us for a long time, as long as we've had cell phones. That's where the 4IR is. And in this little machine, I've got more knowledge than any library in the world. Because a library does not get updated every day. I can find out what's going on right now at Lutuli House. Because they like to speak out using the 4IR. So the 4IR is there. Something else I want to teach you and share with you, not teach you, I want to share with you, is a person always thinks of a job as an employee with an employer, a pay slip and a union. And 22 days leave a year. No. A job is an income that has an impact on a community. That's how you must view a job. And with doing food security, 4 food gardens can feed 13 people. The average stat says 3.4 people per household. If you've got 4 food gardens, you're feeding 13 people. Now, one salary will struggle to feed 14 people. But I say 4 gardens is equal to 1 job. So if you want to impact a community, especially a rural community, where the people are fighting to have food, you want to go build a factory there, it's going to burn. Go look at Natal, go look at what happened in Gauteng. It will burn if you build structures where people are going hungry. So address this first. If you want to create jobs, there we go. And I want to show you something that's better than Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is also very technological. This little bag of spinach seed, if you buy in bulk, is 10 Rand. If you planted 200 seeds, you will harvest 20 Rand spinach every day, which is equivalent to 600 Rand every month, 7,200 Rand a year, and 21,600 Rand in 3 years, because I raised my spinach for 3 years. That 10 Rand investment grew by 216,000%. Batu batlari habana 10 Rand. That is what the talents are. That's the investment. Then I have not even touched on tomatoes, beans, carrots, beetroot, pumpkin, potatoes. Oh, potatoes, by the way, we also do 600 Rand per month in your garden, all year round. Cabbage and maize. And that's for a household backyard garden. But we are challenged because we always think we cannot. I've been invited, last year I was in Cabo Delgado, northern Mozambique, to go help the 800,000 refugees to create their own food security. Because somehow, people don't know about that war. Everybody knows about Ukraine. But nobody knows about the 800,000 people that are suffering abject poverty in northern Mozambique. So I then took up a challenge. I will, at the end of this year, go to December, go to the second driest place in the world, the skeleton coast of Namibia, and we're going to build on that stretch of land you see there. We're going to build a garden that will feed 28 people. It's the second driest. They get 2 millimeters of rain per year. 2 millimeters. You can go figure out how much that is. And also the harsh desert climate. So thanks for the 4IR and access to knowledge, we've figured out a way to do it. I know a lot of people and a lot of countries are trying to see what it is that we're going to do, but we will. But it is not because Taubo is doing it. People will do it for themselves. All people want is we have to create capacity and confidence. If you give somebody capacity and confidence, they will change the world. You don't have to change it anymore. And how we do that is with skills transfer. And universities have to get on board with this, because skills transfer, nano credentials or micro technologies, what they call it, micro credentials is a program, is an abbreviated course, and you've heard about that. If I want to teach you how to grow tomatoes, why must you go to university for 3 years? I can teach you that in 3 days. Just go onto my Facebook. Log on for a course. It's going to cost you 200 Rand, not 45,000 Rand. And if you can grow tomatoes, you can grow capsicum, you can grow green peppers, everything, the similar family. That is where it's going to go. It's going to go to badges. And how I know this, I was late, I only came in late. I attended the graduation this morning of my daughter. She's doing a special course online with a strategic partner. I got permission to mention their name. We've created a course. It's a 3-day theory, 11-day practical course that even if you cannot read and write, you'll get your AgriSETA credits because your outcomes is based on what you've done, not true or false or monkey puzzle, multiple choice. It's what you have done in the yard. And this photo was taken this morning there where I've got the same clothing on now, where they graduated, Llewellyn Jacobs from Loxton. If you don't know where Loxton is, I think it's about the 3rd driest place in South Africa. It's in the Northern Cape, Western Cape, I don't know which one of the two, but it's dry. I've been there, it's dry. He got his animal production NQF level 5, and my daughter today got her NQF level 4, sheep and wool. And we're going to be able to go to places. People don't have to come to the mountain anymore. The mountain can go to people. As we speak, we are busy procuring and retrofitting the vehicle. It is a vehicle where we take the campus to the people. And the idea with this is over and above just taking a vehicle, because there's nothing IR about that, is we will also on site be doing digital soil testing for 16 parameters, 14 parameters from available organic carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, zinc, sulfur, all of it within 30 minutes, on site. We sit there, we take the sample, we know because the samples get contaminated. You can't work with manure with a spade, then go take a sample, because it's going to say you've got too much carbon. You've got to have sanitize, like CSI Miami, that type of stuff. That's how you do this. So we will be able to take the samples on the land and then analyze it and see what it is good for once we put it into a computer. If you say, no, but I don't want to plant soya beans, I want to plant pumpkins, then we say, okay, then you've got to add this and take that away or limit this. And that we do with droning. Everybody's going to speak about droning. But droning is not that easy. One of our members of the audience asked, but it costs 500,000 Rand. That's to buy the drone. Then you've got to go for 6 months crop dusting because it's a hazmat material. You, for 6 months, have to qualify to be able to handle dangerous, poisonous materials. Imagine you go and spray that and it blows into a tavern where there are youths. What's going to happen then? Then you've also got to do your pilot's license. And then you've got to say, I've got 4 hectares. How do I justify spending R1 million just to crop dust? But we'll also do the mapping. And the mapping will tell you what you can plant where, what soil is good for what, based and linked to what we've done with the soil test. So then we take barren areas around cities and in rural areas and we turn them into productive lands. I want to give an example in case in point. Is just 90 kilos from Bloemfontein, there's a small rural village in the trust areas called Gladstone. There are 400 houses. When that bus arrives there, you see the rural areas around on the picture on the right. There's rural areas. We will be able to do the soil sampling plus also the analyze and see what you can plant and what you need to extra to put in. But in the process, the 400 houses will be workshopped and start their vegetable gardens. It's equivalent to creating 100 jobs in that village. And it will be the first village that's food secure. This brings up the idea, thank you very much. But now we talk about vegetables. How does this impact on livestock? In livestock farming, specifically in the Free State, is theft. Your biggest threats to success is theft, and disease, sickness. So how do we use that 4IR to solve this? Very simple. In the middle, you see a tower. It's a tower that you built yourself. The tower itself is a solar panel. It's not the flat panels that we know. The structure itself is a solar panel. You use that energy then to drive the little camera you see, but to create your own mobile network. You don't have to wait for Vodacom or MTN or whoever. You're creating your own little mini network. Then you've got smart tags at the bottom right, which goes around each sheep. And then you've got a scale. It's called intensive sheep farming, like feedlotting. And when the sheep every 3 days move from the one kraal to the next kraal, they are automatically weighed. The moment you weigh them, you know if it's sick or not, because the moment something does not pick up weight, if it's being fed well, it's sick. So before the sickness manifests itself to your eyes, you know there's a problem. You can then remedy it much cheaper. Also, the moment that sheep gets out of the kraal, an alarm goes off. The moment that sheep runs faster than 18 kilometers an hour, an alarm goes off. And it takes your profitability up, unlimitless. And how many can you then raise on a hectare? Between 300 and 500 sheep per hectare. We will then also be using this technology to do sensors with soil moisture, all the other benefits that you've heard other people speak about, but also to graze our own fodder high quality fodder to make the animals grow as fast as they can. The idea that we have is to look and create the first food secure village in South Africa. Unfortunately, that sticker wasn't supposed to be there. It seems that the invitation has come to us to go to the Central Karoo district municipality. There's been a big request for us to come and assist there. And hopefully we will be able to declare one of these towns as the first food secure town in South Africa. The idea then is to propagate and promote, propagate and promote, propagate and promote. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you, mega farmers is the day of the past. The United Nations report says small-scale organic farming is the only way to feed the world. And there's a disconnect between a household farmer and a mega farmer. It's the person that's got 1 hectare up to 10 or 15 or 20 hectares. And to solve that, this is where you have the concept of garden services that deliver a service in the suburbs. They come cut your lawn every week and rake up the leaves. You can then weaponize the 4IR for agriculture, precision agriculture, where you then have the same service going to small-scale farmers doing all that I've explained to you now. And that is when you have success in agriculture, not just a few 50 or 60 mega farming companies and the rest are all failing. This is how you weaponize 4IR for agriculture. I thank you.
Baie dankie Ntate Olivier. Another round of applause, please. Before I lose this beautiful participants and audience, let me call on Mr. Kasilan Naidoo to give us a verbal presentation on the prospects of 4IR in the South African agricultural context. He is going to be online. Meneer Naidoo.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Ntate Naidoo.
Thank you very much, sir, and greetings to everybody in the room and online. I know it's late in the afternoon, so I'm going to try and keep it short and sweet and concise and to the point. Thank you for the folks from the Free State for inviting us out to have this conversation and give you context about what we do across the planet. I'm going to walk you through a quick slide or presentation deck. If I could share my screen quickly, or if I could ask the IT team to please allow me to share my screen.
Are you winning, Ntate Naidoo?
I'm actually trying to share my screen and it's disabled. Somebody from IT needs to allow screen sharing.
If possible, you can just continue presenting to us.
Sure. I think that makes sense, yeah. So I represent an organization called Startup Bootcamp. We're a global organization. We run in excess of 100 accelerator programs across the entire planet every year. We recognize as being the most prominent and successful outside of the US. The areas and sectors that we focus on are everything from agri-tech all the way to fashion tech. And we run that, for multiple geographies, multiple corporates, multiple industries, multiple sectors, and multiple governments. And what that means is We, for all intents and purposes, engage with governments, who we do, which is what we're doing right now with the Senegalese government, with the Botswana government, with the Moroccan government, with the Dutch government, with the French government, etc. And we do this in order for them to be able to help recognize an innovation capability for a specific sector. In this particular instance, and I suppose in context of this summit, we're talking about agri-tech. And agri-tech would imply that we would engage with government and the corporates and the enterprises in the organization to be able to understand what the core objectives and capabilities are needed in order to be able to, meet the expectations and key performance indicators of your specific region. Now, whether that's GDP contribution, whether that's local job creation, whether that's empowerment, all become variables that we put into play. We've done this successfully, with full governments. As an example, for the Dutch government, our functions are distributed into market so that any startup business and any emerging business could engage with the platform, understand what it takes in order to be able to grow their business. And in the background, the Dutch government, as well as us, now identify that its potential to be able to influence the market and do amazing things is high, so that we gear them, to the point that was raised earlier, for funding, for enhancement, for pivoting, etc. So I've sounded a bit academic about what I've said, and let me make it practical for you. There are organizations from across Africa who engage with us. As an example, from an agri-tech point of view, there is a bee colony IoT device business that uses bees in order to be able to track the maturity and the health of crop yield. And what that does is it's able for us to proactively engage with farmers in order to be able to ensure that their farming yield will be successful for a particular season, as an example. On the other hand, we've got organizations that use artificial intelligence by way of drones, by way of satellite imagery, by way of proximity sensors, etc., to be able to understand what the potential for the crop yield is, what the maturity of soil is, and when and how far in advance they can start preparing for actual revenue return. And why that becomes valuable is because, as part of a greater ecosystem, we are now manifesting, a self-sustainable economy. What that means in practical terms is that we are now able to, in South Africa, for specific farmers, say to them that your crop yield will be recognized at a specific point in the year. And in turn, because we build the equivalent ecosystems all across the planet, say to the Moroccan port that distribution or shipping of that particular product into Europe, where profit margins might be higher, could be beneficial for you. And we ultimately marry the two. So to cut a long story short, what we do is not necessarily build solutions, but what we do is we bring together governments with the most innovative solutions and systems on the planet, if not within their respective and specific geography. Having said that, I think it's important to be able to understand that, in order to be able to create a really mature agri-tech environment by way of our global experience, doesn't take a few businesses who have monopolized their area of expertise or that are able to service the entire region, but rather finding the innovation, finding the mature businesses, and finding the potential ideation abilities within the ecosystem and within the communities that service those businesses, in order to be able to bring them together with government and to bring them together with corporate and enterprise institutions that could leverage their product. And I think all the points that I've just made have been discussed during the course of the day. One of the core challenges that was discussed earlier and was raised by one of the previous speakers was that it's great to have a product and it's great to have a solution. But if there's no partner to be able to help you grow and scale that business within the region, it's worth absolutely nothing. The second part is, if you do have a product, service, and solution, how do you mobilize it in a way that becomes meaningful to everybody in the ecosystem? So those become your employees, those become government, those become the corporate enterprises, and those become the recipients of the product or consumers. And bringing those two things together are ultimately what we have found to be able to achieve exactly that. So coming back to the examples that I discussed, a few minutes ago, I think the Senegalese government reached out to us as an example at some point in time and said, we want to be the corridor for innovation for Senegal. And we went, that's absurd, because you would never be able to compete on an African level or pan-African level, because there are innovations and there are themes that are happening all across the continent that will never allow you to remain as optimistic as you currently are. So what we're going to do for you instead is, we will enable your geography as a corridor for innovation for specific functions and elements that you're looking to realize within your country. One of which being agri-tech, and what that's translated to is roughly 500,000 disbursements funding for farmers, and smaller institutional businesses like spaza shops, that are able to take their product to market, firstly, but secondly, give them the visibility within the geography and the continent to be able to scale their business. What I'm talking about, in summary, to you is, yes, 4IR is the solution because everything is technology based. Yes, IoT is a really smart enabler. Yes, managing crop yield and livestock is prevalent to creating a strong ecosystem. However, if we don't bring it together in a meaningful way such that the businesses could thrive, the recipients receive the value of what those products, services, and solutions allow for. And lastly, and most importantly, is the enabling factors like government don't recognize the KPIs like GDP growth. We're fighting a losing battle. I think the gentleman before me who talked, as well as the professor before that, alluded to the fact that firstly, you need to know what the problem is in order to be able to service the problem. Let's not just create products and try and force put them into market. That's really important from our perspective, because we do this global application of accelerator programs. What that means is we know in advance that in 2 years' time, the Nigerian market, as an example, will have a massive need for livestock, or that the Central African Republic region will have a significant requirement for maize. And bringing all these things together are ultimately what serves as an undertone for not only now a agri-tech environment, but rather an African-wide agri-environment. It's no secret to the folks in the room that the Inter-Africa Trade Objective is taking shape, and there are significant things happening. The banks and the financial institutions that are enabling those functions are now engaging with us, asking about how to mobilize our networks of innovative startups, corporates, and governments into their ecosystem so that there could be a really mature supply chain. I know what I've said is fairly technical and is fairly forward-thinking in context of what the objectives of today's session is. However, I think it's equally important to realize that governments and micro-governmental entities across the continent right now are in a race to be able to establish themselves within this environment. And the reason for that is because there will be dominant forces from every single region. So I firmly do believe, by way of the Free State's experience, by way of the historic ability from an agricultural point of view, that they are able to become a dominant player within the African continent, and enabling it becomes the problem of organizations like ours in order to be able to find the solutions for their particular requirements. Now, what does that mean on the side of the startups that join our program? Quite simple.
Mr. Naidoo, are you wrapping up?
I am about to wrap up, yes. What that means in context of the startups is that government institutions, as an example, would say that they would like to increase their product or their crop yield for this particular year. We would find the startups in market that are able to do that for them, either within a predefined geography or across Pan-Africa. We then take them through an accelerator program, which accelerates their realization of product from 3 years down to 3 months, or I beg your pardon, 18 months down to 3 months. And at that point in time, they are able to service the exact needs and solve the exact problems of the specific geography and region. I'm going to stop there because I know I'm being very technical. I would encourage everybody and anybody to reach out to me via LinkedIn or any other channel. We engage with the most innovative organizations on the continent, if not the planet. We invest in them from a venture capital, private equity, and angel investment point of view, as well as integrating them into government institutions, private institutions, and enterprises. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naidoo. A round of applause for Mr. Naidoo, please. We have reached the stage where I will just take a very brief presentation from MTN, Mr. Meska Slabets, on the gateway technologies.
So this is the murder slot where no one wants to hear from me. So I'm going to make it quick and easy. And everyone can go for a quick lunch. So I'm from Gateway Technologies, and we are one of MTN's partners in the IoT or 4IR environment. And we are a content creator in the sense that we create local content in South Africa. So we are a device manufacturer, platform developer, and in fact, we're actually a supplier to one of the other panel members on the floor as well. So what we do is we create an environmental ecosystem that we deploy into the agri environment of one of the verticals where we work in, and we then basically create a whole ecosystem that you can manage and control your farming environment. So let me just quickly log in here. Okay. There we go. So as I mentioned, we are a partner of MTN. Now, one of the interesting factors of agriculture is the fact that if you look at the history of technology, agri was always the starting point of new technology, new innovation. I actually had a very interesting chat this morning with a gentleman that came to me, and he started talking about the automated vehicle and how wonderful that is for the industry. And I reminded him, but where did the concept of automated vehicle start? Was it Google that first brought it onto the market? Was it one of the other major players? And the answer is no. It was actually John Deere with a tractor. They were the first people to create an automated vehicle. And so with most other technologies and other inventions, agri is your starting point for most of those inventions that actually goes forward into the industry and to other verticals as well. So agri is a very important breeding space for technology, but it also gives us a very unique opportunity to enhance agri and also how we can manage ourselves in the agri space, not only in the way that we apply our knowledge, but also how we manage our knowledge and how we actually also grow producers in the agri environment. So basic verticals in the agri space where we play is like, for example, livestock monitoring. basic information like, for example, location. We do threat detection to see if there's a potential threat to the animal. We do recovery in the case of theft. We keep history. So, for example, you can keep full history of an animal's lifespan from the moment it was born up to the moment it was slaughtered. You can actually get information regarding diseases and so forth. And obviously the main thing as well is identification in theft and so forth. Other places where we place in the soil health monitoring site where we do soil monitoring, moisture content, we actually apply that to analytics models that we designed that can tell the farmer when to water the soil or not to water. What is the temperature, what is the precipitation levels, even the NPK levels to tell them they have to add or put something in the ground to actually enhance the nutrients in the soil. Also full history, and obviously also disease control inside the soil and so forth. Environmental monitoring is another side where we've got weather stations. We do quite a few weather station collaborations with a few entities where we detect, like, for example, weather patterns. We do air quality control and stuff like that. And then obviously the other parts like asset management, security, and so forth and so forth. So a few pictures of the implementation we've done, like, for example, I mentioned, if you look at the pictures there, the animal traceability, we work both on livestock and in wildlife. We've got a few, and so the one gentleman actually mentioned connectivity at one stage. So what we also do and what we bring to MTN is connectivity on another level. So despite the GSM connectivity that MTN brings to the market, we actually support MTN to roll out a further connectivity backhaul that enhances the whole GSM network, and that includes utilizing other technologies like LPWAN and even satellite. There's some examples of the other stuff that we do, like, for example, some of our water trough meters, security sensors we've got on fences, water level meters for dams and so forth, and soil probes and so forth. And then also security. So we've got a drone system that can fly anything from 4 hours to 24 hours. That's got an optical sensor that does automatic object tracking and stuff like that. We've got artificial intelligence that can do object detection. And other technology we deploy in the environment, like, for example, trespassing sensors that utilizes fiber optics, which is quite unique in the market. A typical implementation is, for example, if you look at the picture over there, so you'll see there's sensors that covers a fence on the drone, people, tanks, vehicles, animals, and everything combines together in one unique platform that gives you a full view of your environment. And that will actually allow you to have visibility at any given point of time of what's happening in your environment, either being a normal production farm or a wildlife estate. So what this all means, and this has actually been mentioned quite a few times, and the most important thing is data. It's actually tons and tons of data that comes into your environment. Information about your soil, about your animals, about your climate. That data actually then gives you a basis to make informed decisions, to be able to control what you do, but in a real-time effective period. In other words, you can make an informed decision right now when and where it's needed. That assists you to cut cost and waste management on your farm. It enhances your business effectivity, and that also enhances your product quality. But the most important key to this whole scenario is actually traceability of your product. So let's take, for example, animals. If you've got an animal from birth to the point where it's got slaughtered, you've got the full history, you can prove everything about that animal. But we can take that one step further now, and we can actually now give you visibility on that animal as it goes through the value chain forward to where it actually comes to the end consumer. And you can control and see the value, and also make sure that your investment that you've put into your farming operations is actually controlled and securely managed and so forth. So basically what 4IR or IoT brings to the agricultural environment, and what we've done with MTN, is a full visibility suite, not only physical hardware that we manufacture and design for MTN, that can do all the measurements and traceability and tracking everything, but also the processes and the software and the artificial intelligence after that to do a full product lifetime from the point where it's on the farm to the point where it's on the consumer's table, on the plate, and so forth. So basically, as this diagram shows you, we start with the supplier, we work it right through where it goes through the different items in the supply chain. And what we actually do is we're taking the supply chain and adding value to it. So we're optimizing the supply chain through visibility, through data, and giving the end customer as well as the originating entity that started with the whole process full visibility of the process, and that also increases the quality of the product at the end of the day. So that's it. I don't know if there are any questions. I promise to keep it sweet and short, so thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I don't want to suppress you, but if there are any clarity-seeking issues on the presentations, can I get that by the show of hands? Or I know you are very tired. There is one hand here. Two, get closer to number one. Number three, get closer also. Number three, get closer, just get closer to each other so that we cannot waste any more time. Let's start with him.
Should I start?
If you don't mind.
So I was just saying that your presentation was dominated by data collection. And I'm curious now to hear, we are in a country that is energy insecure, and the impact on that, on your technology. How do you maintain data accuracy? Thank you.
So one of the things that we employ is a multi-communication stack approach. So we don't focus on one specific communication stack to be the norm of data collection. So that's the first part that we do. So we focus on, obviously, we will start off with the most common one in the environment, like for example, GSM. And if we aren't able to utilize GSM further, we will enable then an LP-WAN structure that will push us out the GSM infrastructure. But one of the other things that we've been working on is satellite. And in fact, we've signed an agreement with 3 of the biggest satellite providers in the world, and we're acquiring 36 satellites in geospace. What that means is we basically got pole-to-pole cover on geosatellite. We've created a new protocol. Our patent was actually approved about a year ago. That actually will allow us to utilize a new protocol on those satellites to do IoT communications, just for IoT, but we'll open up the communications spectrum, so it will be worldwide coverage, and we're offering it through MTN. So that's the first portion of the data management. The second part is basically just the warehousing side of it and the data engineering, which we actually apply quite a lot of AI techniques and stuff to make sure that the data that we get is not only stored in a specific way that it's secure, but also managed in such a way that the information that we gather from that is relevant to what you need to do in your operations. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Number 2? My question is, with the data collected, would MTN be willing to partner with small research entities to make the information available for research and data utilization for research?
We are struggling to hear you. Even myself, I can't.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So my question is, with the data collected, would MTN be willing to partner with small entities for research regarding data collection and data analysis?
So that's a very interesting question. So the reality is we actually got quite a few projects where we utilize data that we collect in environments for research purposes. One of the key areas where we're currently working in is in researching climate change, but also the effect of pollution in the air. So the reality is there's always space for collaboration to utilize data for research, but obviously it has to be vetted and also make sure that the data that's being shared is not privileged to a specific party, but is allowed to be opened up. So yes, there's always opportunity for that.
Number 3.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask the entire panel actually, same question that I asked the first professor. Costs, guys, how do we lower costs? How do we ensure that all these technologies are accessible to the poorest of the poor farmers in our province? Thanks.
Very simple. If you are 21, before you were 21, you were 20. Before you were 20, you were 19. So if you want to become a farmer, start with 5 sheep, become 10 sheep, become 100 sheep, become 1,000 sheep. Do not write matric if you have not done R, grade R. Start small, grow big. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another big round of applause for yourselves, for my panel, and to myself. Thank you very much. You have been a wonderful participants.
Thank you very much. With the same level of energy, let's give the facilitator and our panel a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. I do not want to waste any more of your time, but before I somehow find a way of closing the session officially, allow me to just quickly make this announcement. If your tag, it's a VIP tag, we are requested to go at the hotel school. That's where we'll be served lunch. If your tag it's labeled delegate, we are going to be served at basement of the Butrosky here, as well as at the exhibition stand. So you will choose where you wanna go. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request. I know you've got a program with you there, and you're like, okay, probably the next 4 speakers are also going to be coming through before I can stand up. However, I'm going to request Dr. Pera to officially close our 2-day summit. He will make mention of the way forward, and I think Dr. Pera also, the presentations will be available. I'm sure we'll find a way of how do we make them accessible to you as well. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have to cut the program short because it's unfair to you, the audience in this room. Members of other commissions have already arrogated to themselves lunchtime and departure time. So hence we have to close. But remember, we have to issue declaration of the conference. What is going to happen is that the steering committee will meet, deliberate on it, and pass it. When that has been done, we will publish it on our websites, so you will see what has been the outcome of this summit. Thank you for coming, and have a lovely day going forward.
Again.